Alright, back on. Wait, why did I restart stream? Oh, I know what happened. Wait, why did I restart stream? It's you guys who didn't refresh the player. I forgot to tell you that. Oh god, why did I restart the stream? You need to refresh the player when it craps out like that. I forgot. It's my bad, I forgot about it. I literally have a player open. I could have tested it on my end too. Anyways. Man. Man, with that girl that I went to that Japanese restaurant to, it was the only time I did this, but I fucked up. I ended up doing the thing, the like neckbeard thing, of getting frustrated with rejection, and then writing some like big paragraph out of frustration, being like, "Wow, you treated me so badly, blah blah blah." Because she did nothing wrong. And I remember rereading it like a year later and cringing so hard at myself. I really fucked up. But hey, you live and learn. And then some years quest on LinkedIn, which I mean I don't use LinkedIn, so. Oh fuck. Great. This today's stream is gonna be great. Uh-huh. Please drop more frames, daddy. Oh, never mind, we're back. God damn it. God damn. That looks beautiful. Yeah, so you like, you dip the noodles in the broth. The broth I had did not have the egg yolk though. This is amazing. Oh, come on. I'm dropping frames again. Beautiful. Yeah, I need to find a good tempura place in Paris. Like a good soba and tempura place. Maybe if I just Google like best soba place in Paris, I'll find the place I'd been to. Maybe Google really is the answer to everything. Hmm. Someone yesterday was telling me about an alternative to Google, though. Like one I had never heard of before. Maybe I should check it out. Ah, fuck. I hate it when the stream starts off with a bunch of problems like that, but oh well. Not much I can do. What is this? This looks like some wasabi and like, oh, this is wakame. How did they? I wasn't paying attention to the video. How did they get the white to be so fluffy? And what's this? Is it like more wakame? Right, some light soy sauce. I guess it is. Cool. Best soba in Paris. Best udon and soba in Paris. On TripAdvisor. Oh. I wonder. Why is there a Chinese restaurant here? And they do noodles too, but I'm looking specifically for the Japanese style noodles. Like this is, yeah, this is what I was looking for. Towards Pyramid, yeah, that makes sense. Stop showing my fucking email address with my full real name and stuff. Super fast service and real tasty food. If you want to try great Japanese food, blah blah blah. Okay. I'll try it out. Ooh, making broth. Making dashi. All those little bits of fish. I think that's what's going on in that big pot. Yeah, and the remnants of broth, when they get pulled out of the pot, are not appetizing. God damn, those noodles look so good. Where is this? Osaka. Okay. Holy shit. What's going on with this pot? Oh. Those are like heat convection fins or something? I don't know. Yeah, that is 100% dashi. Broth. Being prepared. Soy sauce? Soy. I forgot the name of this, but this is fish. Dried fish that's super fucking hard. And that's used in the dashi. Elysium, are you still there? I need to check something. He's not there. He abandoned me, as they all do. I wonder what that white powder was. I'm thinking starch. Probably starch. That's what makes sense. Rice, okay. Wait, what does he add to the rice cooker? Yo. Yo. That's some crazy shit. I've never seen anyone do that in a rice cooker. Just a little bit of water and then whatever the fuck this is? Is that like rice vinegar or something? I don't know. Hey, what are the two black balls? I'm flabbergasted. Okay. Now that I'm done eating, we can do actual content. And by actual content, I mean playing some Elder Being. And it's either that or Valorant, so. Okay. Oh, okay. I shouldn't alt F4 the game. That's good to know. Oh, come on. We're doing this time. How did I manage to break the horse's stance? I managed to do it twice yesterday. But I don't understand what was the difference. Oh, come on. I rolled too late. I fucked up that fight. Okay. I need to stop greeting with the early hits. Like, I know I can land more hits early on, but... Oh, I also forgot to change my encoding settings. God damn it. I need to make myself like a to-do list for streaming. All those blood stains. Too early. Way too early. I should. Okay. I'm fucking up. Yeah, the second after I attack, if I'm starting to greed for like extra attacks in close range, I need to just roll away after every attack. I'm like, hey, I can wait until I see what kind of pattern he's doing. But no. I need to just roll away. So many dead bodies here. Right, fuck. My controller. It's not responding. Oh no. What's going on? Oh, come on. Ah. Please, not like this. I guess I'm a keyboard player now. How do I crouch? God, what's going on with my controller? I've been learning to play with the controller, and now it's just not working. Okay. Turning it off and on again? Question mark? Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. What? Some weird shit happened there. Ah, way too early. I'm stuck against the tree. Fuck me. God damn it. Okay, I need to rename my stream. BD dubs. I need to not forget to target that duder. There we go. I should have rolled twice. I'm throwing. Nice. Fuck, too early. Ah, okay. I was gonna die there. So close. I don't know if I dodged too early or too late with that last attack. I'm having trouble dodging that one. It's a bit annoying. Oh well. I'm gonna have so many row of fruits by the time I'm done with this. Like a million. Hey, you're so cool on your horse. I don't need a horse. Oh, come on! Hey, Spaniard. Wait, I can't read chat right now. Oops. It's okay. Ah, I fucking pressed. It's okay. Oh, bad call. Why are you running around in the thong? Because apparently you roll faster if you're not wearing anything on your body, and it's not like it helps me that much. It's not like it helps me survive that much to actually have armor. It does help, but doesn't make that much of a difference. I've gotten used to the faster roll, basically. Try jumping after rolling on slam attack with the shield. Keeps you out of the AoE on the ground. Oh, okay, maybe that's what got me. Okay, I'll try to do that. Ah, I was greedy. Ah, too early. Not too early, and I'm not playing this well. Way too early. Okay, I fucked up this this attempt. You can allot another health potion. What does that mean? Oh, you mean I can go get another health potion? It would be nice to have 4 health potions, but hey, it's the first enemy I see. Obviously, I need to kill it, okay? There is no skipping enemies. How are you doing, Spaniard? Hey, Spaniard, do you play Souls-like games? Oh, I can get rid of the mana potion at Sites of Grace. I actually don't want to. I found a use for the mana potion in this situation. I'll show you if the combat lasts long enough. Because I use this attack. There's a lot of damage. And it's like pretty much a guaranteed hit after this specific attack pattern. Oh, yeah, there you go. And it uses up my mana, so I'll actually be using the mana potion if the fight lasts long enough. Oh, whoa. There you go. See, I'll... There, I used my mana potion. Oh fuck, why did I not dodge right away? That was my bad. Oh, he's stuck against the trees. Fuck me. I'm an idiot. Okay, focus. It's still winnable. Not winnable. Play what type of game? This kind of game. They're called Souls-like games because it's the like the first one was Demon Souls, then there was Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. Somewhere in the middle there's Bloodborne, then there was Sekiro, and then there's this game, Elden Ring. And they all have similar. They're all different, but they all have similar playstyles. I'd rather play New World. Okay. I know someone who's played a lot of New World, but it doesn't look like it's my kind of jam. I fucked up that fight. I couldn't dodge attacks that I normally dodge without problems. Got almost 900 hours in New World. Damn. Nice. Okay. Too early! Fuck me! Oh, greedy. Why I dodge forwards instead of going backwards? It doesn't. Oh wait, it unlocked. Fuck. Why did it unlock? It doesn't always work. There are attacks where I can dodge forward, and it let me attack, do more attacks in the fight. But it doesn't always work. And I haven't like figured out which attacks I can dodge forward and which I can't. At some point I was starting to experiment with that. I did it. Oh, I did it. Luring out. I would say that front slam. Oh, maybe. Oh, fuck. He spotted me. Okay, we're okay. Yeah, if I have the right timing on the right attacks, then front dodges are better. Okay. Perfect. This is like a perfect start for me. Oops. Could have front dodged that, probably. I should have dodged right away. Okay. Charge. Boom. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, it's nice that he's breaking the trees at least. Ah, he dodged too early. Nice. Okay. Oh, fuck, that stunned me. Oh, I could have attacked there. I was far enough away. Nah, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Why am I? Oh wait, I'm still alive. I was still alive. I thought I was dead. Oh, but I like the charge attack. I tried jumping strong attack. Oh, jumping strong attack. Oh. Huh. Just don't get hit. I also think if you keep moving backwards so far, you're allowing it to make the charge attack appear. But the charge attack is easy to punish. I like the charge attack. As long as I have mana, I can punish the charge attack. Yeah, when you're closer, it does different attacks. We finna slash his ass in two, yeah. Perfect start. Charge him. See, that's what I'm talking about. I like the charge attack. Boom. See that damage? Shit. Okay, already phase 2, I think? Not sure. Ah, I dodged! Oh! Fuck. Real gamer hour. This is gonna take a while, I know. The funniest part is, I guess if you're watching this, you don't care about spoilers. The funniest part about this is you're not really supposed to fight him at the start of the game. You're just supposed to avoid him. But he's totally beatable, okay? And I am going to do it. It's a personal challenge now. Name the Spartan. Yeah, you're right about the dodges forward. There are a few situations there where the dodge forward really helps. Oh, I missed one of those 2 attacks. That's okay. Oh! Whoa! Why am I Okay, I managed to stagger him. And I didn't realize, so I didn't capitalize off of it. Whew. We got this. Okay, charge me, bitch. Oh, fuck. Followed up. Okay. Ah, too early. I dodged too early on the charge attack. I would suggest cold baths to anyone and everyone. I'm not a fan of cold baths. I like them warm, okay? That turn was scary, not gonna lie. Alright. God, I need to not panic if I stagger him. If I stagger him, I need to just do like a heavy attack. But I think I can see how I can reliably stagger him at the start. I also like him warm, but cold is a nice turn. That rhymed. You're a poet, Co-Meister. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Yeah, that's also why I don't... That's also why I don't necessarily, like, roll forward. There are sometimes... Most of the time, you really have the time to, like, land one attack between each attack. But it's not always the case. It's sometimes a bit scary. You gotta roll in the deep. Yes. I wish I understood why, advice by Pro Gamer Adele, yeah. I wonder why, what are the conditions for staggering? I need to figure that out. Try turning around him and not always backpedaling. Okay. I need to not roll forward on that attack. I rolled into it. How did that hit me? Did you just assume I was a he? Stagger is how many times you hit the mob in a short time. Strong attack and jumping strong attack are the best to get that up. I see. Friend ahead. It's true that we don't know the Tree Sentinel's gender. Why did I not roll right after the attack? Because I'm an idiot. I need to stop greeting on that. Why did I not do a heavy attack when I got him staggered? I don't know. I'm an idiot. Stop rolling at him when he does the jumping attack. Jesus Christ. Every time I go into melee when he does the jumping attack, he follows up with a second attack. I can do it, but I need to remember he'll do a second attack after his jumping attack. But also we staggered him, so that's really good. And this time if I stagger him, I need to do a heavy attack instead of just a light attack. That's my shit, that's my way. You like that? I don't know that song, Komeister. Doja Cat? Oh, nice. I actually like Doja Cat. I know, it's a very bold statement. And it's like one of the most popular musicians right now. How did I dodge that? Should have done the second dodge to the side. It's okay. Ah, fuck me. Ooh, yeah, I could have attacked there. Charge me, bitch. Did it! I did it! I dodged twice. Fuck! I dodged too late. Hey Aureliano, how are you doing? Name is so progressive for liking Doja Cat. I don't know her much, but she's quite charming whenever I watch her in a musical video. I just think all famous people are quite explicit nowadays. That is true. Look, art has always been sexual. I retrieved my 0 lost runes. This ain't the one. No, that wasn't the one. Did I ever tell you I have an exhibitionism fetish? In case you couldn't tell. Ah, fuck me. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I can only do 2 heavies. I know there's a way to land like 1 more light attack there, but it's very risky. I should just go with 2 heavies. I'm just trying to greed to get the extra the extra like the stagger early on, but I'm not gonna make it. But with helmet, so safety first, exactly. Exhibition fetish as in liking for outdoor activities? Yes. Let's go with that. Art is all creativity, and I love it that way. But come on, we can only get creative with sexiness. Well, the thing is, one of the most important things in creativity and art has always been transgression. And since society has controlled and limited sexual mores for a long time, that wasn't enough to stagger. Yeah, he does it twice. Then, yeah, a lot of transgression has gone through sexualization. Oh my god, I'm getting good at this fight. Probably could have landed 1 more attack there. Will the tree block me? No. Okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna die there. Still no hits taken, by the way. Ah, okay. Oh, fuck! I thought I was out of range. Ooh. Perfect timing there. Why? I misclicked! Fuck! I fucking misclicked. Sex and art is low-hanging fruit, like these nuts on Neyman's chin. Good one. I swear I wanted to dodge, okay? But my brain decided to light attack instead. Yeah, that's the problem with this fight. All it takes is like some small mistake at the end and it's over. Needed to play it safe. I needed to play it safe. Nice. Ow, not nice. I blinded the stagger at least. Oh, way too early. Why did I? Thanks, Elder Gods. We have boxers these times. Yeah. I am getting okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm getting better at this. I'm taking a few more risks though. There is this pattern where he does 3 attacks towards the end, so. Or like when I roll at him. So I need to be careful with that one. And I can land some good heavy attacks too. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Like some jumping heavies and everything. Thank you, Boobly, for the suggestions. How you got on the second stage yet? Fuck off. Why did I attack? I'm an idiot. No, it's the wrong potion! I forgot to switch back to the health potions before. Oh no, I forgot. Roserg, my EBF. Yo, Kino, I saw Roserg playing Overwatch with an e-girl the other day. I would have a serious discussion with him about how committed he is to your relationship. Died in Speedo. Oh, that missed. Yes! We did it! We staggered him. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not fair. Fuck! I dodged! Ah, hard stuck tree sentinel, Pepilaf, yeah. Yeah. Nah, you just noob. I know. Okay. This is the one. I like the jumping attack. Oh, wait, don't forget to switch to Crimson Terror flasks. To be frank, I can see the improvements as I enter the stream. This is the one. We will see. It could be. Oh, I'm not hitting. Oh, I'm hitting it twice. Okay. Oh, that hit me. Ah, dodged too early. Ah! Seriously, why naked? For speed? Yeah, for speed. If you get me remote desktop, I could get you past the first try, even with the lag. I doubt it. I sincerely doubt it, Kino. Your mom is the one. Yes, my mom is the one. My mom is my mom. No joy ahead. Be wary of horseback battle, butthole. What are those comments? Oh, come on. I staggered it. I did it. Even if I didn't get the good sneaky start. Why did I do a heavy attack? Fuck! You do like 0 damage to them. What do you mean? That was like a third of their life gone. Your half Bitcoin says I can remote desktop and win. Oh, that's why you wanted a remote desktop. I get it. Just give me your bank details. Yes, that's why I need to win. To win. Those are some very good suggestions in chat. Okay, this is the one. No cap on a stack. I can feel it. Holy shit. I destroyed him. Why too early? Why the fuck did I miss the easiest dodge in my life? That was stupid. I'm getting impatient. I need to just calm down. Fuck! I need to dodge this side. I need to dodge this side against that attack. Shit. Stop. I'm close, okay? I'm so close. Ever heard of cheat engine? No. Ever heard of your mom's engine? Because I ride it every night. Got him. Fuck! That failed. It's okay, I'm not gonna stagger him. Where am I? Why am I an idiot? Why am I jumping? What's wrong with my brain? I had to do was dodge. Yeah, Roserg is a professional Roblox player. That's how I met him. He paid me Robux to for sexual favors. That's why he's moderator in my chat. I'm semi-pro in Apex now, actually. Aren't you semi-pro in Overwatch? I still can't get over it. Why? Who was that streamer you were playing with, Roser, that you embedded in the streams.gg? I want to know. Is that your girlfriend? What's going on? Give us the nitty-gritty details. Oh. Okay. Why am I fucking greeting? I'm like, I want to stagger him. I want to stagger him. I just need to play normally. Which one? I don't know. The Iroxia something lady. The only thing I know about Rose is that he magically disappears around every Thursday, 10 p.m. CT. Hey, people have work schedules. Not everyone can be a professional streamer like you and me, Chinchilla. Ixorara, yeah, Ixorara. Okay. Focus. This is the one. This is the urn. Oh, I missed. Nice. I got this. Why did I jump? I don't got this. The fuck am I doing? What? Fuck. Ixo is my Overwatch Ana/Widow carry easy. Got me from 900 SR to silver. Yeah, she plays really well. I was watching a bit of that stream. Like, her aim is really good. Oh yeah, by the way, Chinchilla Roser, you can add deaths to the death command in chat if you want to. And you don't have to. It is whatever. Can I add deaths? You need to be a moderator for that. Do I hit him? Ah, I'm an idiot. It is not going to be a stagger. Why do I jump? I'm an idiot. How sore was I after hiking up the mountain? Not really. The only problem was my knee that I had hurt by... the only problem was my knee that I had hurt by, you know, at ski. If you ever have the honor to play a CSGO match with me, you can have a once-in-a-lifetime enjoyable experience in ranking up to a global elite. I actually was slowly, but I was working my way up to global elite when I was playing CSGO. I had gotten to the Eagle rank. I forgot the name. And when I say I got to the Eagle rank, I know there's like people who like progress much better and stuff. But I got there. I got there from silver, like grinding, learning, practicing my aim, all that shit. What? Why? By why, I mean, why the fuck did I not dodge that? Fuck. Yeah, I had the SMFC and Global in front of me, exactly. Was that before or after CSGO ranks were more challenging? After the ranks got refactored, I fell down to DMG. It was before. I fell down to DMG and then I kind of stopped playing. And I've never been as good as I used to be. God, I need to stop. So you see, the problem is, like, physically, I'm taking my thumb off of the dodge button and putting it on the jump button. So my motor reflex is being all bad. How did I not have time to dodge that? Too early! I know better than to do that. I dodged. I swear I did. Why do I have to do heavy attacks? If I just use my pinky finger to do the dodging, I'm not coping. I'm like literally describing the problem I'm having because I'm trying to land jumping heavy attacks because they're much better at staggering and I do much more damage. Like if I land jumping heavy attacks at the right moments, this fight is gonna be so easy. Damon just doesn't have the grind set to play Kovacs 4 hours a day for months on end to play Mercy. Yes. Look, no. When I grinded, CS:GO like every day, like before I would go into ranked, I would do minimum 1 hour of warm up. And when I mean warm up, I don't mean just like what the fuck am I doing? No, no, no! The wrong fucking flask. Anyways, I was doing 1 hour warm up before playing, mostly arenas actually. At some point, I used to do deathmatch, but then I realized deathmatch gives really bad decision making, like bad reflexes in matches. So I started doing just aim practice and arena, and arena is really good for this kind of game. Arena teaches you how to peek. Which like no other practice actually teaches you. Arena teaches you to do mind games with like better players on how you peek and stuff like that. And that's invaluable if you want to progress in CS:GO. Yeah, I feel like Arena is one of the best warm-ups in the game. It's kind of the only thing I miss for Valorant. Oh fuck. Why do I keep trying to land that attack? I know it doesn't work. Okay, I only wasted the one flask. That's fine. I can't dodge that by turning. Okay, I wasted all my flasks. It's fine. It's not fine. I don't know what I'm doing. Whoa! What was my main weapon of choice when playing CS:GO? AK. I mean, come on, like everyone. I wanted to get better at opping. I really enjoy opping, but the problem I had was fuck off, Roser. The problem I had was the people like people always want to ego up. You know what I mean? Even in situations where it's not a good idea for your like for the map or for your side. So I just never practiced op. I never practiced opping because there always was someone on the team who wanted to op, and it's like on CT side certain maps having double op is good, But then you end up on T side with like 2 or 3 ops, and it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, come on, you should know better. Okay, I did not do this stupid fucking mistake I've been doing. I dodged! Oh, come on. No, bad. Oh, I'd even say I'm better than like all pro operas except for like 5-6. Yeah, ego upping. Yeah, I once in arena I faced someone who was saying their oh, I forgot the name of the player they claimed to be. They claimed to be a pro player, and I don't know if they really were a pro player, but holy shit, I ended up like dueling them like a pro opper, an actual professional opper they claimed to be. I dueled them like 50 times. I killed them maybe like once. They were so fucking good. Like impeccable movement, impeccable decision making, almost perfect aim. They could like shoot an op shot, bunny hop over to the other side of the arena before I even noticed that they were moving, and take a second shot at me. Like, amazing movement. It was really impressive. Okay. Fuck. I'm still alive. Fuck! Okay, no more flasks. Ow. Oh, I didn't see him prepare the attack. Shit. About 30%. Yeah, that was a close one. The trees are so annoying in this fight. Oh no, who would have thought that'd happen? This is the last attempt before the Praxis. I am committed to a panel. A political panel in 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes to defeat the bot. I can go a bit late if I'm on a good run. Tonight's topic will be the new alliances forming in Eurasia. How did that do? Okay, thank God I didn't get hit. How that hit me? The fuck? Fuck! I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, one more. Political panel with Uranus. No, it's a panel with Chinchilla, who you saw earlier in chat. He's the organizer of the panel. And Jay Chow Alive, almost another like politics streamer on Twitch, and Elysium, who used to be a streamer but now is a nerd. This is easier than Dark Souls. Is it though? I've never played Dark Souls, so fuck if I know. About the current Ukraine conflict's alliances? Indirectly, yeah. And the topic is like what are going to be the new alliances and stuff, but yeah, it's related to Ukraine, obviously. How did that miss? Okay. I dodged too early. How did that hit me? Jesus Christ. Bro, I tried to rewatch the Cammy video today, but I couldn't find it. Is it on YouTube? Oh shit, maybe I might have forgotten to upload it. Sorry. I need to I need to do that. I'm just sitting here watching them lose. You're not the only one. Okay, I need to leave. Are you seeing all this AoE4 chat? No, I'm not. How do I leave the game? Oh, right here. I'm gonna play. I can leave the game for you. I'm gonna continue after the. I need the bank details. I'll continue after the podcast. All right, let me join Chinchilla's Discord.
Jeez.
Yeah, tell us about it.
This sounds like a personal thing.
The passion.
I
heard the passion in his voice right there too.
Oh, how did it hurt you?
Oh, it doesn't hurt. Actually, it does hurt me looking at it. The UI looks so old and clunky, and there's way too many things to press. It doesn't feel like a modern game in which I am a modern man.
Okay, what's the modern game that you play?
It hurts his
Oh, Stellaris. Also from
Stellaris.
Paradox. Yeah, that's my Paradox game.
I also have Stellaris, but I think like Stellaris is very newbie friendly, so that's a much more newbie friendly game, at least for Paradox.
Okay, that's a huge call out. Yikes.
Yeah.
Listen, I love traversing the stars. I like to roleplay as Anakin Skywalkers. I want to see them all. Okay.
All right, see you, Rosa. Thanks for dropping by.
Elon Musk said people on Mars by 2029. By then, there's already going to be nuclear war at this point. So, this is the best I'm going to get.
Oh,
You better,
Boomer Chow.
Make that sooner, maybe then.
No, he needs to fight Putin first.
What? Why do we ever care what Elon Musk has to say at this point in life?
True. Hello.
At this point in life.
Yeah.
What
He's like
makes
a
this
man
point in life
child.
so
A little
special?
bit like Donald Trump. Like,
What's the
when you
best
hear,
food
like,
to save
Donald
and
Trump
conserve
Twitter,
up,
like,
do you
the
think? Isn't
president didn't say that.
pemmican?
First,
Yeah.
and then you, like,
No,
look at it
aren't
and
aren't
you
cans
did.
the best food to
What?
to conserve?
And then that's kind of how you feel about Elon Musk until now. You're just like, okay, I'm used to it.
Not just pemmican, but like cans of anything. That shit will last through like nuclear winter.
Hey, Naaman, how you doing? Okay.
Hello,
say
how are you doing? I'm doing fine, and you?
Fucking Frenchman.
Yeah, fuck you too, man. Fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Love you.
How's daylight savings?
I don't fucking know. Okay, I don't know if it like actually applies or anything. I look at my phone, it tells me the time, and that's all I need to know.
Yeah, is that really all you needed to know?
Yep.
I think the group DM says something different.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if daylight savings like applied or not to me.
Soon, no, it won't. Soon in the U.S., it'll stop applying for everybody.
Oh, we can only dream.
Biden vetoes it.
The reasons are stupid. Though it just needs to be one reason. It just needs to be stopped. That's the only reason it needs to just happen.
Oh,
It's annoying,
groceries
but I
getting more
honestly like
expensive.
it when
There's no
I
way
don't have
around
to
it.
wake up,
If gas
like,
is more
really super
expensive,
dark out or
transporting
really
groceries
bright out.
to your
It
supermarket
kind of
is more
fixes
expensive.
that.
It's like
So, Chow,
gas is
why
an
are you so
is a
offended by
direct
the
indicator
French?
of inflation.
So,
It's just guilt by association. There's another
Name-
Frenchman that's on
I
my
think
hit list.
I think next week name actually the time changes as well. So
Okay.
just keep that in mind. So I think
Because
it's like it's
if we
kind
have-
of weird. It's kind of weird because first it changes within the US, and then 2 weeks after that it changes within the EU. So yeah, kind of weird shit.
I always hate that they're like desynced from each other. I don't understand why they do that. Like, if you're gonna fuck with time like that, just at least do it at the same time, please.
Just do one time zone for the entire world, okay?
China. That's UMT technically, actually. So there you go.
How useful. Yeah.
The game time zone. Only gamers know of UMT.
Well, there is a
Okay.
universal time zone.
It's a time zone of
UTC.
love. It's
Nice.
universal.
That's Chinchilla's time zone with our moms.
Yes, the time zone of love. Okay, welcome everybody on the Praxis show. Welcome. So today we are back again with Le Praxis. So we have a couple of people on today. We have Elysium, we have JHR Live, and we have Neyman. And as a guest, we have Gerhard as well. So welcome, Gerhard. Maybe introduce yourself for like 10 seconds.
Sure. My name is Gerhardt, and I'm Russian, and I have words.
Yeah, he is our token Russian in this conversation. So just kidding.
Привет.
No.
Привет, засранец.
So yeah. That being said, like today's topic is picked out by Elysium with his dog. So every week we pick a topic on the Praxis. So I will give Elysium the chance to introduce his topic, and then we go into opening statements. So let's start off with Elysium. Go ahead.
With the current war between Russia and Ukraine, there's been a lot of talk of expanding NATO and expanding the EU, and just general nuclear defensive blocks being like a topic of conversation. And it has brought up the idea that the world seems to be moving back towards groups of alliance entanglements, or just like alliance blocks. And as we saw with other great power situations before the world wars, alliance blocks grew and grew until there was just webs of different alliances, and eventually they were triggered, and it was bad. So our general topic is: are we moving more and more towards alliance
Also, I have no
entanglements,
idea about
and
the
what
gold
does
market.
that
Go Meister.
entail, or how do we see that playing out?
Okay. Do you want to have an opening statement as well on this topic?
Sure. Yeah. I guess the core concern of why I see things moving that way to me is we kind of have a post-nuclear principle of, if your country doesn't have its own nuclear weapons, or it's not part of a defensive nuclear bloc, it is vulnerable to being invaded. And once that action has been triggered, no one is going to risk going into nuclear war in order to defend you, regardless of other events or human rights violations or atrocities. For the most part, it seems very unlikely. So if that principle continues to be expanded, then everyone is going to be either forced to defend themselves or to join defensive alliances, which then can be triggered from minor events or other squabbles, and cascade. And that seems very bad. That seems problematic. Is my general worry about it, but it also seems unavoidable.
Okay. Then the second, let's go to name.
Sure. Yeah, and definitely with what's happened in Ukraine, the reason for existence for NATO has been revived. There is once again a collective idea that there are threats in the world that we need to be able to defend against. Elysium presented the conundrum of nuclear superiority and how it affects geopolitics. Countries that have nuclear superiority basically bully other countries around. And when it comes to two countries that are nuclear powers, there is mutually assured destruction. There are strong limits to how they can interfere with each other. I would just okay, no, that goes into a rebuttal. I'll have something to rebut for Elysium later on. Specifically, we mentioned in the topic I recall we mentioned Russia, Iran, and China. I personally believe that for now, most of the China and Iran are probably seeking neutrality. I don't think that they want to end up aligned with Russia. I don't think they want to be committed to a side or another side in any kind of conflict. India as well is a superpower that seems to be posturing for neutrality. It seems like a lot of countries for now are trying and sort of succeeding at avoiding falling into this, like you described, this inevitable web of alliances. So I guess we'll discuss how probable that it is that stays that way. That's my statement.
Okay. J-Chat?
So, just a little bit of a background. I don't know why that was so funny.
It sounded like you're disconnected. Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with introducing that, hey, I studied international relations when I was my major in college. It's of grave importance to me personally to see how international relations is going, what are like the different errors, and what are the different dynamics, the different rules in each time period. And looking at history, I could understand the concerns that Elysium and Naaman are bringing up, but thus far, I don't really see like a huge shift in international relations because of what's going on. There's definitely things that are shaking up, and it's shaking up in a way that isn't really looking good for everybody, because a lot of people are thinking that there's going to be more conflict. There's going to be even like potentially World War III. Some people are thinking about. Yeah, I just don't see us returning to that place, or even like I'll even like beg the question: when have we ever gone away from alliance entanglements? To me, international relations has always been about a balance of conflict and cooperation. And sometimes it leans on one side more than the other. And I just don't see how this is like changing things a lot. So I guess I'll just be rebutting most of the time on this podcast.
Okay. So you are going to be the contrarian? Is that?
I'm always a contrarian.
Yeah. Okay. Then fair enough.
As
fair
usual.
Enough. So, as usual. Fair enough.
Hold on, wait. I actually want to get away from that though, because a lot of people have been seeing me as a contrarian, and that's really bad for my image. Okay, I have my own positions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. So then, last but not least, let's go to Cleared Heart.
So I am actually in somewhat agreement with Jay Chow. So I believe that there's always been some kind of like entanglement when diplomatic style, just because a lot of countries are going to try to do what's in their people's best interest for more than one reason. Nowadays, social media locally in these countries plays a big role too on politics as well, to see how like politicians stand out and so forth in those situations. And a lot of people, there's going to be progressive or conservative people within a country regardless of religion or anything as well. So some are going to always be more for their own country without helping the outside and so forth. So there's going to be this balance that they're going to have to do back home anyway. I personally believe that with the entanglement situation, it's as simple as a country is just going to try to work in its best interests, and that's it. So I'm not against it.
Okay. So the floor is open. Name, you wanted to rebuttal to Elysium something? So
yeah, I just felt uncomfortable with the sort of idealistic segue you added, Elysium, talking about, for example, being able to intervene on human rights issues and stuff like that, when we're talking about like very realist aspects of geopolitics, when like how nuclear powers are in another class compared to non-nuclear powers, alliance entanglements and such things. Like if we look at, for example, US aligned alliances, I don't see anyone messing around with Saudi Arabia about their like human rights violations and their abuses, because we want them to be aligned, to continue to be aligned with the US. So I just dislike the like idealist humanitarian phrasing there, when it's pretty clear that most countries just act out of very like down to earth geopolitical realism, in my opinion.
Elysium?
I think there's a combination of those two. To some degree, that's true, but to some degree, countries act totally based off idealism. That's like that's foundational to what a country's priorities are. So like I think both are definitely at play here. I think we can criticize them not being consistent, but I don't think strictly using the war in Yemen wouldn't probably be my chief criticism of a relationship with Saudi Arabia even. Just because I think the Yemen war falls pretty hard when there isn't a side that America wants to be on in that. So like I don't see like what's the alternative. Like it's the same thing when like Syria and ISIS are, or more specifically Assad and ISIS are fighting. America's not like picking a big horse in that race because neither of these sides are sides that we want, and I don't think we really want the rebels in Yemen to realize, starting a war with Saudi Arabia and taking over, a huge section of the Arabian Peninsula.
So just to clarify, I wasn't thinking specifically of Yemen. Saudi Arabia has, even just internally, does a lot of fucked up stuff. We can just look back a couple of years to the murder of Khashoggi. We don't even have to talk about Yemen to talk about reasons to condemn Saudi Arabia, but we don't condemn Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely.
And in fact, if we're talking about like future alliances and future alignments, I think that the fact that Saudi Arabia declared that they'll accept oil sales in yuan is a very clear signal to the West that that we need to suck up to them, or they're gonna go like the neutral, non-aligned, playing both sides game with.
Yeah, and Elysium. In your response to Naaman, you mentioned, okay, the war in Yemen that Saudi Arabia is involved in, as well as you brought up Syria, in which you say the United States didn't have a stake in the game, in which I reject both of your descriptions of those two events. So, one, when it comes to the war in Yemen, I think we're pretty much in support on the Saudi Arabian side. And the reason why is because the other side, in the Yemen civil war that's going against the Saudi Arabian side, is backed by Iran. Mm-hmm. And it is within the U.S. interest that Iran doesn't get another ally in the Middle East because they're pretty much against us. Now, there's some news about the nuclear deal that might help that, but for the most part, Iran is not a geopolitical ally. And in fact, we might as well just call them a geopolitical enemy. Mm-hmm. And then when it comes to Syria, we don't like ISIS, nor do we like Assad, but we like other players there, like the Free Syrian Army or even the Kurdish. That's where that was the biggest news. One of the biggest news back when Trump was president was him pulling back American support from Kurdish areas. So then Turkey, which also happens to be a NATO member, went in and did a lot of dirty work. And so we do have a stake in the game. We don't like Assad, we don't like ISIS, but we like some players there in which they are both against ISIS, and they're both against ISIS and Assad. And another reason why we're not even more involved in Syria is because of Russia's presence, in that we don't want to get so entangled in a conflict with Russia potentially, and that might trigger World War III.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, at least you can respond, but that being said, like we shouldn't like stack up like too much points to someone, because now it's like Elysium has like 10 minutes to answer, right? Because the fact that he has so many questions. But yeah, Elysium, go ahead.
Okay, this is the price of getting dogpiled, but okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think the point of that was to illustrate that we for Syria specifically, we obviously have our own side that we back more, but between sides that we don't really want one of the outcomes, like that we don't strongly that we don't support, that we don't have a geopolitical ally in, we're not as involved as we could be. And even Saudi Arabia, as much as we are their strategic ally, selling arms and running some intel isn't the same as like the involvement of a United States operation. I don't think is all I was trying to say for that.
No, I don't think that is what you're trying to say. No.
Okay. The
I thought
point
what
of
you were.
Syria.
I thought what you
That's
were
why I
trying
said
to
when I
say.
said Syria, I specified between Assad and ISIS to not entangle that America's blocks. Like when there are other elements that America wasn't supporting in that war, it's not like we decided to back ISIS even when he's fighting Assad because we don't want to see ISIS win. They're also our enemy. Which is why we're not going to go in
But your
and back
explanation
Iran
is. But your
because we're not.
explanation is
Iran's
that
not our ally.
your explanation is that it's based on ideals.
No, that. Okay,
I
sorry.
think his
I would not have
explanation
said
was.
that.
I think his explanation he didn't quite. Maybe it wasn't portrayed the way he meant it because I think he's closer to agreement to you than objecting to you.
Yeah, as for explanations, like the person can explain himself. So Elysium, go ahead, explain yourself.
Yeah. I think we have very real geopolitical motivations for things, but we also have ideological motivations as well. And I think you can see that even with the Saudi Arabia one, where the real geopolitical OPEC still mattering very much to the modern world is there, but you don't see us coming to the defense of Saudi Arabia. You do see us coming to the defense of Ukraine, or to that degree. Does that make sense? There is some ideological, idealized
Saudi Arabia.
tension there, but there is a lot of idealized tension there. I don't know what the right word there is.
I don't know.
In history, United
Ciao.
States, we did Operation Desert Storm to defend Kuwait, but it was because Saudi Arabia was next to Kuwait, and hey, that's kind of scary for Saudi Arabia, in which they were huge geopolitical ally in terms of giving us oil.
Mm-hmm.
So we do defend Saudi Arabia and we would fight for them. And yes, giving arms and intel to Saudi Arabia is almost as much as what we're doing to Ukraine.
I would not agree with that characterization. I think the expectation of Saudi Arabia having to purchase these things is a very different expectation than NATO, very much involving itself in cost deficit ways for the benefit of Ukraine.
Ukraine is also buying arms.
Yes.
And I wouldn't know what is like the proportions between them buying it and them getting arms.
I think all of the recent deals have been put on future tabs, no expectations or working out of how they're going to be paid yet.
And
but
we're giving them loans and credit in order to get them now.
Mm-hmm.
So even at the end of the day, when they're still buying them,
I don't think they're buying them at the same rate, though. For example, like Saudi Arabia literally is wealthy and they're able to not have to have a tab, right? So in that sense, I would think in this case, Ukraine is buying them, but they're also being given them, right? So there are, in essence, some military donations with minimal expectations. The expectations are simply that they're trying to defend their sovereign rights. With Saudi Arabia can simply just afford these weapons, and they afford them and purchase them from the U.S. And do they not also purchase weapons from other countries other than the U.S.? I would assume they also purchase even from Russia as well. I know plenty of Middle Eastern countries purchase from Russia as well.
Yeah, but the fact that Naaman is trying to point out is that we're still selling and we're still doing business. We're not putting sanctions. Mm-hmm. We're not revoking Saudi Arabia's most favored nation status like we've done to Russia, but they're also a bad actor. And yet, so then Naaman's point is, hey, if you think the United States or just any other country around the world operates foreign policy or international relations via idealism or ideology, then I would say you're sadly mistaken.
I would never expect.
Thanks for the follow, Ill and Degenerate.
I would never expect that we just ideology is the primary factor or the only factor, even a consistent factor, but to pretend that because geopolitics is the primary factor, that ideologies don't play any role in how countries act, I think is also just as silly. To pretend that everything is just a realism game of sitting there, then you wouldn't have a war in Ukraine right now, right? Because everyone universally agrees that from the realism perspective, this is not a good move for Russia economically or culturally, right? So obviously there's other elements that go into decision making between countries.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
this
the
is-
elements.
Oh, sorry.
Jay
Okay,
Chow.
thank you.
Go ahead.
The elements that I would suggest would be better fitting for maybe your perspective, just to give some food for thought, wouldn't be idealism or ideology, but what are the shared interests that comes from shared ideology and shared idealism. So like there being trade interdependence, or there being democracies tend to not fight wars with each other, they tend to cooperate with each other and whatnot. So then it wouldn't just be, oh, we're fighting for democracy's sake. Is like maybe I'm gonna give you some credit. You didn't come off this way, or maybe assumed a little bit too much. But definitely, it sounds like you agree with me more than I make it out to be.
No, I still think that's a poor characterization, because if we're looking at like the major events in the world, we can go from like World War II into Cold War and stuff. We see ideologically driven stuff being just as important, or these being like ideological battles about how systems and countries and societies run, just as much as they are about geopolitics and stuff. And so to say, we only care about democracy is not because of any ideology around democracy being a better form of government that populists support in a country, and that like drives them to want to do things, but because we have better relationships with democracies, I think is missing some of that point.
And
You guys
yet during
are
the
about
Cold
to
War,
agree with each other. What the fuck is
and yet
going on?
and yet during the Cold War, which is what you bring up, in which like you say you kind of frame it in a battle of ideology, in which I totally reject. That is just a narrative to feed to the people in order to make them feel like they're in an us versus them kind of scenario. Especially when you realize that the United States as well went around the globe toppling down democratically elected leaders. And the reason why we did that through CIA operations or any other covert operations was because they were against American interests. They were democratically elected. But, however, they were against the United States. They didn't want to do business with us. They didn't want to sell anything to us. We couldn't access their markets at all. And so that's why we went in. And so this idea of, democracy being the ideal that we're striving for around the world, and that's why we're there to protect, like, Ukraine, as for example, I think is very silly.
So I can give, we can be even more specific. We can say like liberal democracy. So, a democratically elected socialist government isn't going to have the same relationship in the Cold War with America as a liberal democracy would, right?
Chow?
Yeah, so then now you're kind of just changing the goalposts here, and I don't really
Sorry. I
appreciate
guess when I
that.
say democracy, I thought it was clear that we're talking about liberal democracies. When I'm talking about ideology and democracy, I thought it was clear we're talking about, the ideology of liberal democracies versus communism and socialism versus fascism has been how we framed the modern history, right?
And so a communist democracy is not
definitely
a
not the
democracy?
same thing as a liberal democracy. Absolutely, in a Cold War context.
Oh, you see, now you bring in the Cold War context, and the Cold War context is they're against the United States. They're against our interests.
Yes, even on an ideological level, it's fine. Okay, I think we mostly agree. It's fine.
Can you
Okay,
actually
gonna-
give me an example in which there was a liberal democracy that wasn't against was against the United States, but we didn't intervene?
Wait, can you say it again? A liberal
Can you
democracy
give me-
that was
can you give me an
against the
example-
United States?
Yes. Can you give me an example of a liberal democracy that was against the United States in a large part that we didn't intervene in?
No,
And why is that?
because ideologically we were aligned.
Is there any example of a liberal democracy that is against the United States?
Any liberal democracies that have been against the United States. I mean, we've had not wars in modern history. No.
Can you name me that country?
Right. I don't know what you're asking. I'm sorry, Chow. Can you just go for it?
Okay, the reason why you don't know is because because you think that they don't exist, and I can't think of anything in my head. And so you can't prove you can't prove this theory of, the reason why we're not intervening is because they're not a liberal democracy.
Wait, Zhao, sorry.
I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
I think taking the example of a non-existent thing is kind of logically fallacious, but something that proves your point with examples that do exist, we have social democracies in Europe, but that are NATO aligned. Those social democracies have not been tampered with, have not been in contention with the U.S. But when presidents parties got elected in South America that were aiming for like social democracy, more socialist measures, since they were more like part of the third world, they were more likely to align with Russian interests. Then you had like you said, CIA operatives, all sorts of fuckery happening in those countries. So somehow it's okay for social democracies to exist when they are NATO aligned. But when they are not, when there are chances that they might not be NATO aligned, then we had intervention. I think that kind of shows your point, Chao. No, of like there being more than an ideological.
Were just social democracies and not socialist governments that wanted to. I might not be familiar with them. That's fine.
They were my understanding was they went further in the socialism on the socialism axis, but also like European countries, at least for France, I know like 60s France was had like most main industries were state owned. It had all the other trappings of social democracy, like healthcare, free healthcare, free education, all those things. Like if a South American country suddenly was like, we want to own our energy, we want to own our water, we want to own our natural resources, like seize them so they would be state owned. That historically has been followed by strong American opposition, and yet in Europe it was considered fine to let countries do that.
Elysium?
Yeah, it does appear
I
that
don't know
a lot
anything
of
about
them are
France, but-
democratic from what I'm looking at right now too, technically in South American. So, and there have been plenty of military operations there, even though they are democratic. So
Okay, I'm just not
But
sure.
they're not
what your
liberal
defense-
democracies, and
Exactly.
I don't even think it really matters on that side.
it shouldn't matter, honestly. A democracy is a democracy.
No.
The reason why you have to add in the liberal part is because America likes free trade. That's to their interest. If you're a communist democracy, then you may not like free trade, and you may not like the United States, and you
That's
may
why
want
it
to
would
be
matter,
more
right?
insular.
So,
But it has
how can
nothing.
you in one
But
sentence understand that because it's a democracy
Elysium,
doesn't
shut
matter?
Elysium, shut
Stop,
up.
because it has nothing to do with the ideals of democracy and giving power to the people in electing their leaders. All it has to do is the liberal part, in that you trade with the United States. Guess what? There are other regimes out there, other countries out there, which aren't democratic, but are liberal in their trade policies, in which we do not intervene in their affairs, such as China, such as India. Even in a lot of cases, Japan is very, very socially conservative and authoritarian. And even before, we were having relations with Russia. And why? It's because we were allowed to reap from the benefits of them having an open market and us accessing it. And now McDonald's is getting nationalized and whatnot. But that's because of a now thing. But at the end of the day, it's not about democracy. It's about trade. It's about the liberal part. And the liberal part has nothing to do. Really doesn't have anything to do with the democracy part. And so you went from democracy to the liberal part. That is a huge jump in the goalpost.
Okay, fine. Call it a huge jump in the goalpost. That's what I was talking about, which
And
is
at the
why
end
when
of
it
the
became
day-
clear. No,
Cool.
Chaush. Now,
Let the Elysium talk.
because when
Now-
that became clear that was not communicated well, and I specified that it's a liberal democracy, not just the idea of democracy. That was the ideology that was being in conflict in history. I don't understand.
Please
how
explain
that's hard to
China.
understand.
Please explain China.
What?
It is not a
be more
liberal.
specific.
It is not a democracy, but it has liberal policies. Please
Why we
explain
trade
we-
with China at
why
all?
Why do we trade with China? Please.
Okay, so
If it's
we
not
have
about
an
the
idea of economic
ideologies.
liberalization, and the idea that China could have become a liberal democracy if we had if we engaged with them. And so that was a whole era of ideological thought, and China is one of the few places where that didn't turn out into a democratically run country, even though it was very close. But by that point, we still have benefits from investment in global security and trade. And so the cost benefit of trading with China, for the most part, is probably still positive. But like, there can be arguments made around that. Does that suffice?
Sure. So to me, it has nothing to do with democracy, and all it has to do is the material benefits that we do get from, well, thinking about it through a realist geopolitical sense.
That's totally an element, but do you not think that economic liberalization was an ideological policy that was pursued by America?
I think it was an ideological policy that was pursued by America,
Wow.
but that's the exact critique that I would give to American foreign policymakers back then, is that they were too deep into the ideology in constructing their foreign policy, and
Okay,
that's
so
why
you
they
agree
failed.
that countries do use ideology just as much as strategic realism for
Just
their
as much?
geopolitical decisions?
Absolutely not.
Okay, maybe not. Sorry,
Absolutely
not just as much, but it's also a considerable
Oh, it is.
factor.
It's so. Oh, no, I wouldn't
Okay,
even say
how
it's
can you
considerable.
just say my criticism of this policy would have been that people are acting too much on ideology, and then in the next sentence
Oh
say
yeah,
ideology doesn't
because they
matter?
were because one, they were eating up their own propaganda, and honestly, the same way that I would describe what Russia is doing right now.
Okay, so then we agree that people can eat their own propaganda and do things based off of ideology. That is an important factor to know when looking at states' actions. That's all we're saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, then we have it. We have it over there.
No,
That we said,
because
let's chill down for a second. We
Mhm.
are getting so heated right now. Like,
Let me get in.
Geerhard, do you like a pineapple pizza? Do you like that?
Okay. Do
Just
I
kidding.
like?
Go ahead.
Well, I don't get too heated anymore. I try not to. I'm already Russian. That's already bad enough. So, um, so on the trade thing is, I think, plays the biggest role here more than anything, because the truth is there has been thousands of sanctions on, and I mean literally thousands of sanctions on Russia for the last like 30, 40 years, right? So there has been thousands of sanctions there. So the ideology thing really does, it might have been some kind of ideal thought process a long time ago. I agree with that part of it. I think it comes down more to capitalism in essence then, because it just comes down to trade, right? It comes down to trade with China the same way. China just is looking for profit. Obviously, they don't care too much about the politics between the Ukraine and Russia. It shouldn't. They're in a great position to profit from it because other countries are pulling out. So it would be in their smart interest to take advantage of Russia in this scenario, for example, there. I don't think just because of some ideologies that occurred in the past with being liberal or whatnot, and hoping that China converts a certain way, because I don't even think the politicians back then thought that a country that was communist was probably going to align with the US. It just that because of the trade situation, they were okay with it and it wasn't their problem. And it still isn't in essence, even though they know that they have to put a military front against China all the time. It just comes down to trade. I find it kind of a weird reasoning, but I don't want to dogpile on you either. So
I
So,
don't understand
yeah,
how you
use it.
can say it comes down to trade when liberal capitalism, free trade, is an ideology in direct opposition to like the communist styles of um not free trade, but just like material demand and less monetary
why
systems,
do you
right?
call it? So, why do you want to use the terminology ideology for trade?
Because
Because trade.
capitalism is an ideology, right? You can have different trade ideologies that have very different effects.
Okay, so what I mean when I'm saying like why do you want to use it as an ideology? I'm trying to say in the sense of like why does it have to be described the way that you're putting it forward,
It
right?
doesn't, because we got here from a different conversation. That's why.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying in that sense is like just simply the trade notion is honestly it's just profiteering, and that's when what it comes down to for me with all these countries, when it comes down to all the geopolitical stuff and the alignment and everything as well, and choosing whether they're going to choose one nation or another. America's trading with certain places. It is profitable, and politically they're all right with whatever situation is occurring. It's just now with Russia, it's not in America's favor. America already had sanctions on Russia before this whole Ukraine thing. They've had, since the initial Crimea thing, they've had sanctions there, right? But they've still been trading, even though the ideologies of blah blah haven't been matching up. So that's why I'm saying, like, that part does not matter. It really doesn't. It's just profiteering. It really is.
Okay.
It's as basic as that.
Elysium, go ahead, and then after that, name.
I don't know if we want to get. I think an element that allows that to proliferate, though, is that people also believe that engaging in the capitalism profiteering system is going to economically integrate into these systems and bring them closer. This is economic globalization. Yeah, right. I think without that ideological belief, we wouldn't be as okay with just profiteering, right? We wouldn't.
Yeah, but it
view
doesn't
as
have to be an ideological belief.
Hey,
Yeah,
Daddy
because
said it
then
was
that-
my
that's
turn.
That's a material
Hello.
Sorry.
Can the name rise up?
No.
I said name, so go ahead, name.
I want to try building a bridge here. I still agree with Chao and Gerhard that this like basic reality of trade and the like realist security concerns are the primary motivators in most of those interactions. But I do think that there is a nuance that like Elysium's perspective can bring to the table, that yes, ideology is also something that plays into decision making. It's I think a less important factor in the decision making. I'll definitely argue that it's a minor factor, but it is a factor, and maybe that's something we can all agree on.
I can agree with that. That's easy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, for sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Every single decision making, you have to actually have a belief. Like, even if you think through things pragmatically, at the end of the day, it's on the belief that whatever you're going to be doing is actually going to lead to the conclusion that you think is going to happen, and that's going to be influenced by probably ideology or by history and whatnot. So then probably for like when the United States was trying to open up trade to China, they saw that throughout history that economic liberalization and a growing middle class then tends to correlate with, well, that those people wanting demanding to for that country to become a democracy, in which they did. Tiananmen Square, and then we got Tank Man. But then at the end of the day, kind of how I break it down is that when I hear that when people say that foreign policy decision making is made on the basis of ideology, or even when ideology is a significant factor, to me that says that we're making decisions for ideology's sake and not necessarily for material sakes. And so then the material conditions or the material gain that we get from continuously trading with Saudi Arabia and China or even Russia before was that, well, yeah, it benefited both parties. Even though ideologically they are not there for human rights, nor are they there for even like protecting other people's sovereignty, in the case that when Russia invaded Crimea, well, we still traded with them. We didn't sanction them to hell like we did, and so, like, to me, it just sounds like everything is being boiled down to ideology, and that is a really poor way of framing how foreign policy decision making is being made, because then it's all ideology.
Yeah, like I just want to say, Chow. Like, to be fair, like even if we trade with our partners, right? We still push like certain like ideologies to them, right? Like we will ask within NATO when it comes to Iraq, like we will ask like liberal democracies or whatever you want to call them. We ask them to join the war. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, we still ask them to stop like violate like human rights stuff and that kind of shit, right? Like how do you factor that in? Like, because we still have that ideology like agenda in the background, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can't tell you if that's being done sincerely or if that's being done for show. And
Oh,
I think I lean towards it's being done for show, and kind of how we could see from other things is like a lot of the treaties that we don't sign, like the Protection for Children's International Treaty. We don't sign that. And the reason why is because we want to enlist underage kids into the military. Or the United States not being a part
Or
of the Rome,
homeschooling. That's for homeschooling as well, right?
or homeschooling,
Yeah.
or if you want to become a tutor or whatnot. Okay, underage workers. Sure. Or like, okay, just recently, President Biden just called out President Putin to as a war criminal, which is funny because I don't know about our status on the Geneva Conventions, but what I am sure is that the United States is not part of the Rome Statute, in which establishes the International Criminal Court, which is what tries war criminals, crimes against humanity, against individuals. And so I think it's very ironic that for a lot of people, and even like a little bit of Elysium, if what I am getting at is correct, where people are like, yeah, we're doing this for democracy, we're doing this for human rights, we're doing this for humanity and the good of ourselves, and that's just I don't know how else to say it, but it's naive and it's wrong.
Wait, I don't think anyone thinks that. I think it's silly. I think the only thing we disagree on is the significance that ideology plays in decision making. And I don't think I have not ever tried to say that ideology is the only factor that matters, or I've not tried to. It doesn't matter.
Cool, I can live with that.
This is all a response because Neymanin wanted to do the you want to talk about value in human rights, but America isn't, perfect or consistent meme. And so now we're on to here, even though, that wasn't even the context that we were using it in the first place.
Okay,
But,
stop hating on America, guys. But let's go to name.
I wanted since we kind of like found a point of agreement here. I wanted to pivot back to something we mentioned earlier, which I thought like I think it's you Chao. You mentioned Iran and specifically how they I should have written those. I don't remember exactly what you said, but I think the Iran situation is developing in a really interesting way. Where on the one hand we have the revival of the nuclear treaty and a second chance at bringing Iran, if not aligned with the U.S., at least bringing it into a neutral position. But at the same time, the reality, which has been shown with the missile attack close to the U.S. base, what was 2 days ago, which in retaliation for soldiers being killed in Syria by an Israeli strike, we suddenly see the complexity of the whole alliance web, where like the U.S. is allied with very closely with Israel, has very close ties to Saudi Arabia. Israel and Saudi Arabia hate Iran. Iran hates them. And suddenly there's this weird balancing act. I would love to see Biden manage this balancing act and come out of it with some sort of more peaceful Middle East, where Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, they like chill, and Iran gets nuclear deal in exchange, and everyone just calms the fuck down and stops killing each other. But it seems like it's going to be really fucking complicated to get there. There's so many like different interests to balance in that. Do you guys think it's actually attainable?
Not as much as it used to be, at least. With the Iran thing, with the nuclear deal, it's going to be much harder to convince them now, isn't it?
That seems to be the case. They've been giving us a harder time.
And they have a line. They have a literal reason why they don't have to. They're like, no, this is our sovereignty now, like at stake. Clearly, if we give it up, we're opening ourselves up to attack.
Yeah, nor can they trust in the security of that the United States has been promising them from the economic sanctions, or lifting them and keeping them lifted, because they're like, hey, what if you get another Donald Trump and it completely wrecks our deal, and this is just going to be a back and forth of what do we have to do? Do we have to fend for ourselves? Can we trust you or not? That's the nature of international politics, is that the future is unpredictable, and so then kind of one of the explanations is that it leads countries to kind of go down this self-help kind of a thinking. To answer Naaman's question, I don't think it is obtainable, but you brought up an interesting point in that like this is kind of an example of alliance entanglement within one region, which that of the Middle East. And I want to bring up the point is that that's kind of that's always been there. It's been there for a long time, and so then going back to the question, relating it back to the question of this panel, this podcast, which is, are we returning back to the alliance entanglement? It was like, we can't return from something that's already been there in the first place, would be my answer.
Also, Jay Chow, on your comment right there, and to Naaman, it also depends in essence, just like you said, which president is, right? So the alliance, the entanglement also is partially depends on the president in the U.S. because they're not going to want to side more with one guy over the other here too, which makes it even more difficult of a decision for them because there's just too much uncertainty, especially with the U.S. with having such different parties when it comes to like decision making in this situation.
Right.
Ciao, that was addressed to you. So
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't think that was a rebuttal or anything.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, but something that I will
You're
add,
wrong for something. I
it's-
don't know what.
and it's to this is to the credit of Elysium, is that, well, maybe different ideologies does have like a huge impact when it comes to the example of Donald Trump. But what I will say is that Donald Trump was an anomaly. He was a complete outsider that had no idea how to pursue American foreign policy, which for the most part, both Democrats and Republicans pursue in a very similar direction. Though there are some minor tweaks here and there, but for the most part, they are very aligned in how to conduct American foreign policy. And Donald Trump is kind of just a big question mark.
I would actually like kind of disagree there because of the fact that we were still aligned with the US. Like Europe was still doing their best. Like Macron went over there. Macron was like trying to be buddy with like with Donald Trump and put like the effort in to not make it about like ideology, but more about like we are partners and we should stay aligned. But
Yeah,
I
but
agree
not
with Jay
Donald
Chow,
Trump.
actually, more than you right there as well, Jin Chilla. Because I agree, because I'm thinking back when George W. Bush was elected as well, right? Because he's also known to be the closest thing to Trump in essence, because he was not the most
it was
intellectual.
different. Let's be fair. Trump was like more out there.
It is.
more-
That's what I'm saying. It is
was-
definitely more of an anomaly with Trump. That's why, because technically, even with George W. Bush, he was also more pro-immigration, even though he was conservative, right? So, and he even tried to explain that to Trump with Mexico and everything there too. So even when it comes down to that perspective, I do believe that Jay Chow is correct right there when he's saying that it doesn't matter too much, except for obviously the case of Donald Trump. And even in the case of Donald Trump, yes, countries still tried to buddy up.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it didn't change
that's
this.
yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, but that being said, like, if you guys gonna close off the border totally, we can still be allies, right, within Europe. Like, I don't give a fuck about your immigration policy that much. So, but let's go to them.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in, your point, Chinchilla, in general is true. Like it didn't destroy all U.S. relationships to have an isolationist president. But since we're specifically talking about Iran, it decredibilized the whole negotiation process for the Iran nuclear deal, and that for like dozens of years to come. That's what Chow was talking about, in my opinion, right? That now every Iranian leader for the next few generations is going to have to, when negotiating with the U.S., is going to have to be like, well, are you guys actually going to follow through on the deal? Or are you going to cancel it when the next president comes on?
Mm-hmm.
Or if Russia chooses to invade us.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Elysium. Go ahead.
So one of there was like, okay, oh yeah, okay, I'm probably pretty too doomer on it. There is probably still a window where things like the nuclear deal with Iran can be restored. But I think one of the big hurdles to overcome also is not just the instability in America's political parties, but then this also pushed the Iranian parliament to be much more extreme as well. I think the outcome of their election had a lot more of their conservative leaders taking seats. than anyone that was moving towards being more liberal as well. So the idea that we're going to be able to like restore that relationship and that trust anytime soon, yeah, I'm pretty pessimistic about.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not that pessimistic. I think they are already again in talks, but yeah, I think it's possible, but I don't know. So
It's not gonna happen anymore. It's not. The Ukraine thing totally shifted it. I think it's not even a 1% chance that they would accept it anytime within the next 20, 30, 40 years at this point.
didn't the Iran deal still hold up between like European countries?
Mhm.
But
For quite some time, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
But I
but
don't think it's
Chinchilla,
going to be the same. When we're talking about agreement, we're talking about nuclear disarmament with Iran, and that's basically the main goal that was there the whole time, right? We're not talking about trade or their humanitarian rights, any of that nation stuff, because that part is probably still going to be negotiable, okay? Just the nuclear disarmament is not going to be negotiable. It's just not anymore. And it's not going to be for, I have no idea how long. So,
Okay.
So, Chinchilla, you said that, and this is true, that the Iran nuclear deal, the first one in 2015, Russia was still there, P5 plus Germany, they were still on it. But the nature of sanctions, the embargoes or whatnot, was it embargo? Okay, the nature of sanctions is that if the United States sanctions you, you're just you're in the shitter, and it's because you don't have access to U.S. credit, and that was the big part in any sort of sanctions from the United States, even if everybody else was still a party to the nuclear deal. If the United States was not there, then Iran wasn't getting anything that it actually needed, that it actually wanted.
Okay. A name you wanted to say something?
Not particularly. I would just reiterate that I do think that as far as alliance entanglement goes, it's really important to manage to restore trust with Iran. Even though Iran isn't necessarily like a power, it's not going to change the balance of power when it comes to international geopolitics between like NATO, Russia, China, etc. But what is important with it is that by making for a more peaceful Middle East, obviously personally just for humanitarian reasons, I think that would be amazing. But also in general, from like a more callous geopolitical perspective, I think it would be important just so NATO doesn't have to focus on the Middle East. If things calm down in the region, if governments become more stable there. If another country we haven't mentioned in the mix is also Iraq, which historically has had issues with Iran, but same. If Iraq and Iran manage to like maybe not become buddies, but at least start some sort of cooperation or not fuck with each other, that allows NATO to focus its attention more on the issues that are mattering right now, which is mostly Russia. A lot of people think Taiwan is going to be the next big issue because they compare it with Ukraine. So
before we jump, I feel important to reiterate in the very beginning. I want to bring back our original context before Neyman and ruined everything, being a little bitch.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
so before we jump off, the original context of why I even brought up like the human rights abuses and stuff was more of a Ukraine specific context of like, even if Russia rights abuses and war crimes, but even if they were to use like biological weapons or be even more extreme in their war crimes, the idea that other countries would risk getting involved because of nuclear mutually assured destruction is like a factor that is going to play into alliance networks. Whereas, say, some other non-nuclear country, if they were to commit a similar level of war crimes or biological weapon violation of that norm and stuff like that, like Assad or something, then the idea that other countries would get involved, both not just even ideologically or not just ideologically, but also geopolitically, to maintain norms of what countries are allowed to do, they would be able to be involved. Does that make sense? Of why I even brought it up in the first place?
Name?
No, because
I think that was addressed to name, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or
kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, to a certain extent, yes, but it's not just about nuclear power. Like, to take the example of Saudi Arabia again. Like, Saudi Arabia isn't getting sanctioned. Even the soft ways we have of coercing or punishing a country when they do bad things aren't going to apply to it. So it's not just about nuclear power, though. Obviously, that's the first condition that's required. A country needs to not be nuclear so that we can step in and try to control what they do. Otherwise, it's an extremely volatile situation. But beyond nuclear power, for example, if they have a strong military power, it's not like the U.S. is going to nuke them. Like the U.S. isn't going to, especially now after the failure. Well, let's not get into an argument over it. But I was going to say failure. But after Afghanistan and Iraq, I don't think the people in the U.S. want a protracted war with a country that has an efficient and competent ground army, for even if it's for very good humanitarian idealistic reasons. It would be a hard sell.
okay, Elysium, does that answer your question?
No,
And that,
because the whole point that I keep trying to iterate is that it's not just humanitarian reasons. There would be even geopolitical and strategic reasons why you would want to reinforce norms of warfare, of not using chemical weapons and stuff, and why violations of that gets treated differently around the world. So I wouldn't ever expect anything to be purely humanitarian.
okay,
That's a fair point.
Wait, I don't
yeah.
get that.
Ciao, go ahead.
Okay.
Go, Chow.
Okay. We should establish norms that make sure that we're not using these weapons against each other. Chemical weapons, biological weapons, nuclear weapons, because weapons of mass destruction, right? Okay. I'm lost right after that point.
If a non-nuclear country violated those norms, our response would be different than a nuclear country violating those norms. That was the entire point. I thought it was very simple.
I mean, I don't think it should.
I still disagree because like you could just look on United Nations Human Rights Council. A whole list of countries commits human rights violations. Even okay, well then again, the United States does have nukes, right? Even the United States, a panel of experts was able to conclude that we are committing crimes against humanity against the black population because of our criminal justice and police system.
Or abducting people who might have Middle Eastern ties and putting them into jails without any documentation for years, and including an American journalist, blah blah blah. There's every country commits them, right? So I also don't I don't think it should matter if it's a nuclear power or not, honestly, because it's still going to be an issue regardless. I think that in this case, that's the excuse that America's not getting involved, right? And I've been shifting my own goalpost with it on how I feel like that should happen with the alignment with Russia, because Russia, there's still trading going on even now with the U.S. and Russia. All trading has still not been cut off. There's still trading going on with Russia, with the U.S.
Like if you're a country, a country, and you don't want to get in trouble with the United States, the thing that you should be thinking about isn't whether or not you're committing human rights or not. What you should be thinking about is whether or not you're actually giving what America wants. Because you could commit human rights violations. America's not going to care. But once you stop giving it what it wants, then that's when it's going to start to care. That's when it's going to start to even use human rights violations as
propaganda,
as propaganda, a reason, an excuse, a pretext to actually intervene. But at the end of the day, still, I think what dominates the international relations is material geopolitical needs, or geopolitical.
I wanna just ask like a general question then, because I was thinking by that logic, it would be advantageous for like most Western countries to get their own nukes as well, because it seems like a good bargaining chip, and like France has nuke, so why couldn't have the Netherlands have nukes, like officially nukes, right? Why cannot like Belgium have nukes? Like should like countries like that are already like super aligned with like the US, should they have like a policy to get those nukes in case the alliance doesn't follow through anymore. Why aren't we all getting nukes? So let's go to maybe we can go ahead and then Chow.
Chow raised his hand first. I can go after
Okay.
him.
Okay,
Hell
Chow.
fucking yeah. So the reason why France and the UK have nukes is because they're legally allowed to have nukes. That's because they were the ones that developed before the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and there's
Yeah,
ex
but
post facto.
why shouldn't the Dutch then go? Why wouldn't the Dutch go for nukes?
Because they signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Now that's a really technical legal argument in which, okay, well, laws may not be the arbiter of morality. So the reason why we wouldn't want more countries to have nukes is because of mutually assured destruction, which the person who came up with that theory wanted the conclusion to be, hey, we should avoid nuclear assured destruction. And we do that by limiting the number of countries that have nukes. When there are less buttons to press, then the chances of mutually assured destruction is lower.
Yeah.
So that's the whole point. Hold on. So then the whole point of NATO would be to extend the nuclear umbrella protection of like deterrence to countries that don't need to have nukes. So like Poland doesn't need to have nukes because if they get attacked, if they get aggressed on, then we have NATO Article 5, and that means, well, they are basically what's within their arsenal is what's within the United States' arsenal, which is also our nuclear stockpile.
Yeah, I get that, like the technicalities about it, but I just want to say, I don't have to be in NATO anymore if I just get my own nukes, right?
The simple answer is countries with nukes don't want other countries to develop their own nukes, and if a country, even with friendly relations with the United States, attempted to do that, I don't know, there would cause friction in that relationship. And that one of that would be because of like the different treaties that we have. But like the simple answer is countries with nukes don't want other countries to have nukes.
Yeah, so what I want to add is that there are also like pragmatic reasons not to both for a country not to want to have nukes themselves and for like Elysium said, I think Elysium, your argument was more for like a pure power dynamics perspective, like that, like if you have nukes and other countries don't have nukes, then you can lord it over them. But there's also so like first off, nukes are really fucking expensive. You need a whole research program to keep improving them and develop them. You need to maintain them in very safe, specific conditions. You need to be able to dispose of them when they're old. It's a huge logistical and economic hassle. That was one of the main selling points for the Budapest Memorandum when the U.S. and Russia convinced Ukraine to give away its nukes. The U.S. was like, you know what? We're going to foot the bill for getting rid of all your nukes. You're not going to have to deal with them. But then there were also the official reason why the U.S. wanted so hard to convince Ukraine to give away its nukes, and one of the main arguments usually turned around for the non-proliferation treaty is like a basic security perspective. When I say security, I'm thinking like almost like IT security, where having a larger attack surface means by default you're less safe. And by attack surface, I mean someone making a mistake with nukes, like launching a nuke even though it shouldn't have been launched, a nuke disappearing in the logistics chain or being stolen. The more countries have nukes, the more susceptible it is that the nukes fall in the hands of a less stable government, of a more corrupt government, of maybe a criminal organization, etc., etc. So there are some good arguments for non-proliferation. Go ahead, Gertrude.
Yeah. On your point of like, I believe that you hit on a lot of the right points, right? It's just too expensive for one, right? The second part is back then, America most likely thought that Ukraine was more closely aligned to Russia, right? So it most likely thought in that direction, and that thought process probably continued on forward until recently, obviously, now they no longer think like that, right? Now they're like, oh yeah, they're definitely more democratic. So I do feel like a lot of that is correct as well. And yes, it costs a lot of money. to maintain such technology and to develop such technology. And if you think about the bonus of not having nuclear weapons as well, such as the economic boom that it provides your country with, then it even makes sense for those countries not to, because lording over someone is not going to do much. So what's Netherlands going to do? They're going to say, hey, Belgium, give us your land or we're going to nuke you. I don't think that's going to work, like, regardless of the situation, even if they do have nukes.
Well, historically, it was part of the Netherlands, so we have a historical claim we can play as a for.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay,
yeah,
Vladimir Putin. Yeah, I've heard this one before. Yeah. A Costas belly. Yeah, good old
just a
Costas belly.
belly. So no, just joking. But that being said, like when we look, let's say like at Turkey, right? Turkey has not been on the best standing with NATO. Within
Turkey
NATO.
shouldn't be in NATO. They should not be in NATO.
Should they? Yeah, this is like generally like Elysium. You love about this, but it's like a lot of people's position that actually they should kick out like Turkey. Should Turkey
I don't think Elysium disagrees though.
No, but should they develop their own nukes then? Because they are being threatened by just getting kicked out of NATO. If they get kicked out and they have nukes, they can at least defend themselves, you know?
No, they can defend themselves regardless strategically because of where they are. Also,
I think nukes will help. I think nukes will help their defense.
I mean, countries have to weigh their own cost-benefit analysis of what they believe is beneficial or not, and what they believe the international response is going to be from them introducing a nuclear program, because it is going to incur sanctions and friction with dominant nuclear powers. And some of that is going to be ideologically driven, and some of that is going to be just realist politics strategically driven, and those two things aren't mutually exclusive.
I just wanted to add that as far as Turkey is concerned, I don't see. I understand, of course, from like an idealist perspective, Turkey is way less democratic than what NATO standards usually are for democracy. But now the reality is, especially now, Turkey's not going to get kicked out of NATO. NATO needs, from a realist perspective, not the idealist perspective. NATO needs Turkey to be aligned with it, or at least to more aligned than it would be if it wasn't in NATO.
I know that, yeah. I want to agree with you right there. So I understand that Turkey is a good ally in that sense to have against, like, Russia because of the strategic value that it provides. I get that. My point, regardless, is Turkey is a really, has a lot of problems that are not acceptable in Western culture or even Eastern culture. Like, they just have so many internal issues, and they're brought to the forefront often, and they have been for, I have no idea how many, probably hundreds of years. So it has a lot of cultural issues there that turn into a lot of killing, death, and violence often there, and that doesn't help. And then obviously they've had some ties with the Soviet Union before as well, so then there's the thought process of, if we disengage from them, maybe they might be with Russia a little bit more. So I get that. At the same time, that's the problem with Turkey. It has strategic value, even though it's not a good member. That's the problem. I still think it should not be a NATO member, regardless of the strategic value.
So, Elysium, go ahead, because you were the one that was laughing, so go ahead, defend yourself.
All right. Yeah, I don't think anyone, even though we have a lot of friction with Turkey, because of the strategic value against Russia, which is kind of the renewed purpose of NATO still, I don't think anyone's going to realistically kick them out soon. If anything, it's going to come over Turkey's ambitions in Syria being in conflict with America's at some point would cause a lot of friction there.
Oddly enough, I did align with you on the ideological reasons on why they should be kicked out, right? So that's the funny part to me. Like, I'm technically aligning with you there, and then you're like, well, I don't know about the ideals of this part. I don't know if I care about them here. So because we need them right now.
In here, okay?
I also want to add.
My argument. Okay.
You guys are just flip flopping all over the place. This
We're just
point.
contrarians.
Invade
gonna stay
Russia, ignore the
consistent. I'm
nukes.
gonna
I'm
stay
not
consistent,
flip flopping.
okay?
Okay, there you go.
I'm gonna stay consistent. Turkey should still be a part of NATO because if we were to kick them out, then they're gonna closely align with Russia, and that's gonna be a security concern of NATO and as well as the United States.
And
And-
he's
yeah.
right. It will
Yeah.
happen. He's right. It will happen. But I'd rather have them align with Russia personally, even though I don't like Russia as a Russian, the Russian government.
And then that's going to cause. But that's the thing is that like that's why ideology should not be how we formulate foreign policy decisions because it's just going to give us trouble. We're just going to put ourselves in a worse position. And for what? For our ideals? Well, good luck for your ideals when you're dead.
I know that. It's just that it comes down to the point of like when you're willing to fight for your ideals or not, right? So if you're
Yeah.
personally willing to fight for them, then I think at that point, then that's where you're gonna align with them. Because in like the situation against Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine, I'm very for Ukraine. I do not like what Russia is doing. I would pick up a gun and fight against Russia in that situation as well. I just don't agree with what the government's doing. So in the same situation with Turkey, how it treats its people, what it did to the Kurds, not just the Kurds, they've done it to other groups of people there too. I don't agree with that ideology to the extent that I'm that much against it. I do understand the point of like the ideology. The problem with ideology is that it's like an emotional like type of trigger, in that sense, and that does block. It feels like logical and rational thinking sometimes, and I just Turkey's just bad in my books. I don't care if they align with Russia, but at the same time, that's the problem with. Then it comes with the alignments that we're all talking about in the initial part, right? If you allow it with Turkey, if you allow it with them, then now America's gonna have to worry about other possible places.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to add to just in support of the even though I do think it's the right decision to keep Turkey as a strategic ally. I think it's very revelatory that Turkey's the EU and NATO have very similar standards for democracy and human rights, respect of human rights for membership. And it's very revelatory from that perspective that Turkey could not make it into the EU based on their human rights violations and the lack of transparent democracy, whereas they still make it into NATO. Like, yeah, obviously they're a strategic ally. They're not an ideological ally there.
Mm-hmm.
Elysium.
I don't know. I don't disagree.
Okay. Well, it was interesting seeing you guys flip flop. I think we kind of.
I didn't flip flop at all.
Okay, we have to go back.
You
brought it back.
you
Hang on,
did
hang
as
on,
well. Chow, you did as well. At some
Whoa,
point, I heard
on
you say
what?
like you are also like on the ideological side. So
On what?
So I heard that
I'm
as
not
well.
fighting
So,
this. Okay.
and
Okay.
so,
next time.
yeah,
Later.
yeah.
I can't fight this.
so that being said, like,
Yeah,
like
okay.
do
Can we
you
talk-
hmm?
Never mind, go, forget it.
Elysium, you wanna go into next next thing?
Okay,
go
we'll
on.
do that after I defend that I'm not flip flopping.
Jeez, no. I'm just making jokes
It is
here.
maybe.
So don't fight me. So
Okay.
I wanted to ask like the next question is like, are we going into a second Cold War? Do you guys think that? And are we gonna take like turns? So let's start off by Che Chow and then go to Elysium name and then Gerhard. So
Okay, I'm still mad at what you said about me. Can you repeat?
I'm just joking. Come on. I'm just messing with you guys.
It's a Netherlands joke. No, don't worry about it.
Damn.
I'm
Can you
the
repeat?
Joker, So are we going into a second Cold War? Second Cold War.
My knee-jerk answer is no. And the reason why is because Russia is not playing a global game that the Soviet Union did before, in which that's what we think about when it comes to the Cold War. It's not like Russia is trying to get a sphere of influence in South America or Africa or at any place else. They just want a regional sphere of influence, and that's like their neighborhood, their territory. That's what they want. If there's gonna be a new Cold War, it's gonna be with China. In that's what they've been doing. They've been trying to they've been getting really deep on the African continent, and they just recently got a sick nuclear power plant deal with a country in South America, which I forget who it was. Maybe it was Argentina, if I had a guess. So it's gonna be with China, not with Russia. Russia just has no capacity to be a player in a new Cold War. If anything, they're gonna be more on the side of China. That's what it seems like, but they're not gonna be a main player. They're gonna be kind of like a side player that we should still like be cautious of.
Okay. Who was next? Was it name? Name is
No,
it was
Elysium.
Elysium.
Is he's signaling something about China, I think. But let's go to Elysium then.
No, I definitely think we are headed back towards like a Cold War, or like maybe a round 2 or something. But as Senpai Cha's saying, I don't think just because it's a Cold War again, it's not with Russia, it's with China. Yeah. So I wouldn't say just because we're headed back to a Cold War scenario where we're gonna have like first, second, and third world breakdown of how we see things. That still like constitutes the Cold War mindset again. Just shifting who it's focused on. Is like I guess the short answer. But yeah, so it does set up like South America and Africa to be where like the playing field is going to be much more instead of anything in Europe, since the European lines are kind of drawn.
Okay, let's go to Nate.
So I think when we say Cold War, it encompasses a lot of different ways of a confrontation, and some of them do seem to apply to the current situation, and some of them don't. So to clarify, for example, what I find the most reminiscent of the Cold War and what's been happening, it has been what I've called the revival of mutually assured destruction. The fact that Russia postures with activating their nuclear deterrence facilities is revelatory that we're and also all the mentions Putin makes in his speeches of being a nuclear power. It is very clearly signaling to the US and to the rest of the world that, hey, we are a nuclear power. This is the end game of fighting us directly.
Mm-hmm.
That is 100% Cold War. Now, the things that aren't Cold War-ish, I do agree that Russia probably doesn't have views on, say, like South America, though a famous streamer by the name of Haas thinks that they'll put nukes in Venezuela for some reason. I do think China is more playing the world game with the Belt and Road Initiative, with their different forms of soft power. However, what we do see with China and U.S. confrontation is, at least for now, has been a different kind of confrontation, more of an economic war, and not an economic war the way Putin says economic war when he talks about the sanctions imposed on him, but a war of actual markets and corporate espionage, patents, etc., etc. Not a war of sanctions and what's happening with Russia. So I think it's mostly from the nuclear perspective that we see a revival, but maybe proxy wars. Obviously, the Ukraine war is half a proxy war. Ukraine is being the West's proxy, and Russia is directly involved. Maybe more proxy wars. Hopefully not, but yeah. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, Gerhard.
My answer is technically no, but also it actually technically is a Cold War already by definition, unfortunately, because it is utilizing all the things that a Cold War would utilize. But I still don't think it's technically a Cold War. I think that Russia is just, manipulating the situation in this scenario. That's all it is. I think everybody is seeing like China's the next like super threat. I don't know if China's technically a super threat personally. I'm not aligned with that side of it. I just think that China is really focusing on its own purpose and goals to become a superpower, and they're becoming economically powerful That's more of what they're aiming for, is economic power, because the truth is, with their economic power, they're able to buy up a lot of other resources from countries, including their own property. So they don't have to go through a sense of war. They can just purchase everything. So, and yes, technically there is a Cold War. If you guys really want the definition, according to it, technically this is a Cold War right now with Russia. So,
Okay, Chow, I saw you snapping your fingers, so you wanted to say something. So, and then let's go to Elysium, because Elysium.
Yeah, I think I was snapping my fingers at Naaman, which, by the way, for those who don't know, when I snap my fingers when you say something, I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to be a pretentious college East Coast liberal.
True.
So when it comes to like China, I want to add on to something that I said, is that like I think like China is gonna be, if there's gonna be a new Cold War, it's gonna be with China, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. If anything, what Russia has demonstrated is that in the modern age, or like it's the most modern example of, if we're gonna be going to war, it's not really gonna be to your benefit, because you're just wasting resources, you're wasting money and troops and military, which you have to build up. Like, that's the thing about going to war, is that it's going to cost you, and it's going to weaken you as well, because you're burning up that fuel. And kind of that should be maybe the lesson internationally from Russia. And so then when it comes to like the proxy wars with China, I think that's very unlikely to happen, because both sides recognize that, hey, it's not to either of our benefit, so we're just not going to do it. However, there is a bit of a, like black swan chaos theory in the future that might change, in that one side now believes that, hey, in order to actually secure ourselves, then we actually might have to go to war, or we might actually have to return to proxy wars. Again, I don't see that anytime soon. So like a Cold War with China, no. Even like a Cold War with Russia right now, I would disagree with that terminology. And the reason why is because we just don't have proxy wars with Russia.
How would you not describe Ukraine right now as a proxy war with Russia?
It's a proxy war from us, but Russia is like in it. So like, because we're not involved, that what makes it like I guess like a Cold War kind of a, but it's like half and half. It's like kind of mixed, but it's not like we're there because, oh, we need to defend our interests. And you know what? I've kind of changed my stance on this. I don't think the reason why we're supporting Ukraine is because we don't like Russia. I think the reason why we're supporting Ukraine is because we like Ukraine. And that's what's different between our approach now than our approach before. Our approach before is wherever Russia is, we have to be there. And wherever we are, Russia also has to be there. It's a never-ending game of tug of war back then. But this is kind of just like,
I just have a question,
Cool.
just a general question. Like, how would you describe like Taiwan then, in that sense? Is that considered like a proxy war, or how would you engage with that?
there's no
waste
war.
of resources.
There's no war in Taiwan.
No,
How would
okay,
it be
so
a proxy war?
No,
well,
he
it's-
means, obviously he means like China trying to take Taiwan. So China, there is a play stating that the taking Taiwan is going to be a long play in the Chinese book. Obviously, what China saw, in essence, I think Jay Chow was saying, like, China saw what's going on with Russia because of Ukraine, the sanctions, the economic issues that it's causing for Russia, and China probably does not want that. So it's at least verifying that, well, if we do go for, Taiwan, they're probably going to impose hardcore, sanctions on us from global standards, not just America, right? Because right now it's not Russia versus Ukraine, it's basically Russia versus most of the world, right? That's where it comes down to. I would say it is.
When it comes to sanctions, when it comes to sanctions, no, it's mainly been from the West plus Japan.
I just
Well,
want to say,
Japan
like,
is part of the West currently.
Taiwan. If you talk about like
Ooh.
Taiwan, they are.
I know
technically-
ideologically it's not because of their cultural things and everything, but I'm talking about as a puppet in essence.
I just want to bring it back to Taiwan because I just want to say, like, well, if you look at it technically, they are at war with China still. It's like still ongoing like civil war in their in China's perspective, because it's like a region that doesn't include, and Taiwan is like on the opposite side where they say like, well, we are our own thing, so they are still at war.
It's not a
Joel,
war to them.
I don't want to offend you, but I don't give a damn about the semantics. Okay, your
Oh, well,
technicality
they-
could eat my ass.
I think we don't recognize them because we have this issue around like, what are they, right? So they are technically at war.
Well, to China,
Yes,
they're
and-
technically part of China already, so they're not
Yeah.
at war.
And
So to
technically,
China, they're
North and
not at
South,
war.
and
Well,
South
in
Korea
the-
are still at war. Okay,
Well,
like,
Yeah.
Well,
like
North and South
China-
definitely would be, but I don't think that's comparable. I wouldn't describe
This-
Taiwan and
it's-
China at
it's-
war with each other.
it is useless to describe what is going on in Taiwan as a proxy war, and I don't know what's the purpose of you bringing that up.
No,
Besides stirring the
financial,
pot.
if anything,
think-
also.
I think though that bringing it up is because you were saying how you think it's unlikely that China is going to be in any of these proxy conflicts or in a war or anything, and Taiwan would be like probably the one area that conflict could arise from.
Yeah, but it's not a proxy conflict for China.
I wouldn't
China's gonna
call it
take
a-
Taiwan.
no.
If China's gonna take Taiwan, they're gonna be the ones doing
Mhm.
it. They're not gonna be funding like some sort of an insurgency within Taiwan. No, maybe that could happen.
Also,
Yeah.
there's another issue with China taking Taiwan, and the same with Hong Kong as well. The problem is these places have become so sufficient and financially stable on their own without China. So it would be difficult because if China takes over, I think even China would realize that they're going to hurt it economically. So it wouldn't make sense for them to do that as well. Not only that, Taiwan is soon going to gain even more leverage. So really soon, in the next 3-4 years, with chips that they're going to be releasing and everything, they're going to be one of the main chip, contributors to the world source, which includes China. That's going to play a big role as well, and it's not something that can be bombed. If that gets bombed, it's gone. It's not, just losing power in like Korea, and not North but South Korea for just moments creates a shortage of chips for months for the rest of the world. So like, and Taiwan is about to be one of these producers. So I think the only way China is going to try to take over Taiwan in probably next 20 to 40 years will be politically. I think that's the only way that they're going to try to do it, in essence. I don't think it's going to be military anymore. I thought that maybe it would have been because of how the whole situation with Ukraine went, but I think it's now because of how it's gone for Russia versus Ukraine. The damage financially that it's done is not something that China, as a country that's right now succeeding in economy, would want to do.
Okay, I'm gonna go to name. So name. Go ahead.
I'd also like to. I would like to agree with Gerhard, but from a different perspective. I recently learned about a concept in military strategy called fait accompli, which works also on the diplomatic side of military strategy. So when we look at Crimea, for example, everything happened super fast. And the international community was faced with the accomplished fact, that's like the literal translation of fait accompli, the accomplished fact of Crimea being annexed. Same for Ukraine. It like, boom, Ukraine is annexed. What are you going to do about it now? This is actually a really efficient way of dealing with very precarious situations. It seems to be what Russia tried with Ukraine and has failed. And why am I talking about it when we were talking about China? Because I think China has a bit more wisdom in its use of this strategy than Russia. China has been doing exactly this in a more subtle way. For example, in expanding its influence over the Southeast China Sea. By using this accomplished fact approach to, for example, putting military bases on islands that aren't claimed by anyone. Like, boom, okay, now we have a military base here. Our economic zone expanded. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to go to war with us over this like bunch of rocks? Probably not. So we win. And this slow like encroachment or testing of boundaries seems to be, at least for now, the modus operandi. And China is is doing it quite astutely when it comes to that. They are capable. They seem to know their own limits and the limits of the international community's response better. I don't see them going full on aggression into Taiwan the way Russia did with Ukraine.
How can you say that when China signed off or planned the Ukraine invasion with Russia?
I don't think
obviously
planned
don't have a
is
good
okay.
I don't think planned is an accurate word either.
Yeah,
Sure,
planned.
so I said
What?
signed off or planned.
Well,
Wait, no,
listen, there's
Like,
also
whichever one you
reports.
want.
Okay, well, I need a rebuttal against this. There's also been reports I've seen that if China, they say that if we knew about the invasion, we would have tried our best to stop it. And so there's kind of conflicting stuff back and forth. Maybe they're trying to save face or whatnot, but I don't know if that's something that we could confidently believe in.
Okay, Elysium, go ahead.
Okay. I feel like we can confidently believe that they were aware of the invasion and gave tacit approval.
Well, so was
Yeah,
America.
So was
Europe.
the United States and the West of the West, in which we were saying that it was going to happen, or it could happen at any moment. And what did
And
we
we
do?
didn't. Yeah, but we didn't give approval for it, right?
For years. Oh, okay.
Wait, did China give approval for it?
Did
I
you
would
think
think
Russia asked China for permission
sure.
and like?
I
To
don't believe in the.
Please,
I-
Actually,
okay,
instead,
I
before
vote for
talking about him, please clarify. Okay? Please
Yeah.
clarify.
I mean, it's not going to be like, hey, can we go invade this? But in form of plans of action and have agreement on them, yeah. Or do you wanna
I
call that
personally
approval?
like Elysium. I don't know, but I personally don't believe in the whole Beijing Olympics meme that they were going to like wait with the invasion after the Olympics. Do you believe in that, or is that something that you didn't take into account at all? Because that's generally where it comes
Because
from.
they had Vitas perform at Beijing? What? Like, I don't
And the-
understand.
No.
So there was like a leak, like so-called leak, right? Earlier that Russia and China were like in conversations with each other about like Ukraine, and China said like, "Can you do it after the Olympics for us?" So, but yeah, I'm asking Elysium. So Elysium, go ahead.
I would assume
Yeah.
that is accurate. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So
I
I
don't-
disagree still, even with that part, because like
I just
not
want to say
asking
this.
for approval.
I would say this. This is like the fog of war. We don't know if it's like if that leaked source, if that's real or not. Would you agree with that,
Sure.
Elysium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have like then we have like a stalemate. So can I actually get like further on this one? But yeah.
well, no, I
Gerhard?
mean, I could easily disagree with it because the Ukraine things has been going on for before that, right? So I don't think that whether they had talks or not, I think the truth is obviously they've had talks. That is despite any point, right? But Russia has already been doing the Ukraine thing for a while now, so I
By
don't
Ukraine,
think that
you just mean build up of troops?
The war
build
in
up on
Donbass.
what they're going to do. Like take Crimea, take Donbass, take whatever, and further in. I think that maybe Russia didn't fully plan yet to go for Ukraine at that time, but they were already having issues with Ukraine, and they were already doing what Russia would consider as soft tactics, like against Ukraine to take over Crimea and everything else, to make it look politically aligned with something where the rest of the world can't
Trying
argue
to
it as
support
much.
insurgency. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
so
I don't
sorry, go
understand
ahead.
how this-
No, sorry. I didn't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
no, that I want to hear. Go.
Okay,
I don't
I was
understand
just
how
going to say the thing that bothers me with the framing of China like planning it with Russia or anything, it's pretty clear for now, at least on the world stage, that China is not a direct ally of Russia. They're neutral, but it's unless you ascribe to like you're either with us or against us perspective on this conflict. China's neutral. They want to keep trading with the U.S. They want to keep trading with Russia. They don't want to do sanctions, but they're saying humanitarian aid to Ukraine. They don't want to. They're not there like sending weapons to Russia, though they'll probably sell like weapons to Russia at some point.
I think they're
They
selling
already
some
are.
food and
Yeah.
things. They
No,
are
they
selling
already are
food
selling
and other
weapons to
resources.
Russia.
Yeah, they're selling them. They're not giving them. Like they're not doing what we're doing with Ukraine, where we're just like
Yeah.
sending a bunch of
Okay, but you
weapons.
said that they're not selling them. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought they weren't selling weapons yet, but I guess
Yeah.
they have been selling weapons anyways for the past like 20 years.
Also,
anyways,
it would
so.
make first of all, it'll make sense if they sell weapons to Russia and even
Mhm.
Ukraine, both of them. That's
True.
That's what America has done in the past too. Okay, like they
Wait, I don't
sell
have a
weapons to both sides. Even like it just makes financial sense for a country to
Elysium,
do
are you
that.
just trying to insinuate that China is using Russia as a proxy in order
Yes.
to go against Ukraine? What
Not to
benefit
go
does
against
that?
Ukraine.
What
to
benefit does
challenge-
that give? What benefit does that give to China?
Okay, let
Uh,
Elysium response and then let
Yeah,
them just
so
speak about
if
this.
we're viewing this as like more of the proxy style conflict, I would even frame it as a proxy war between America and China, or at least it had a lot more potential to be that if China didn't go along with more sanctions. We'll see how that goes in the future because there could be a point in time in the future where China says, we're not going to follow these sanctions. We view it's done, and then that proxy element will become a bigger element. But even with what we just have right now, China has been looking to push the boundaries of what states are allowed to do to other states for some time, right? It's always what they want to do with their neighbors and their involvement. And we have the opposing, current global norm of states having sovereignty and that being guaranteed by the UN and America. And the idea of being able to bully your neighbors or have spheres of influence even is probably a better way of saying that. Not just bully your neighbors, but the idea of having spheres of influence that you are able to dictate to your spheres of influence what to do is a area that both Russia and China seem to want to go back to.
And the United States, but the United States also has its own sphere of influence, but you just don't
I
see it
disagree.
as bad.
Yep.
Monroe
I mean, that to
Doctrine,
me is
come
like
on,
really Tom
Elysium.
Clancy crazy stuff right there. So like that's pretty hardcore.
Wait,
So,
what?
if you're-
Literally intervened into the southern part of the continent, South America, and we used the Monroe Doctrine. And then we also tell other powers around the world, you can't set up military bases on our half of the world because of the Monroe Doctrine. That's a sphere of influence, whether you like it or not. And just because, okay, if your rebuttal is, oh, but it's ethical and they agree to it, well, okay, well,
No.
tell that to the number of countries that had their governments being overthrown via coup or CIA operation because of the United States.
Yeah, I think we're talking about post-Cold War spheres of influence. I think. Sorry if that
I mean,
wasn't.
pre-Cold War
What's
it
the
also
difference between
existed.
pre-Cold War and post-Cold War? Like, oh my god. It feels like, I don't know why this is happening, but it feels like people have like a change of heart or a change of how to like understand the world because of, oh, one event happened and we're totally different now. It's not. The world is still the world. It's how it is.
But you do have okay. How do you think the world ever changes? Right? You do have moments where things start to change, and after the Cold War being largely over in the 1990s, the norm was moved from spheres of influence, moving away from the first, second, and third world, and even never mind, moving away from that into a national sovereignty style of relation between countries and free trade and globalization and all these things. And Russia and China want to move back from that. Do you disagree?
They want to move back away from globalization.
Thanks for the follow, Carl Stokes.
No, they want to move
How are you doing?
back to having more spheres of influence instead of national sovereignty.
I don't think that's going to matter.
Instead of national sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
Russia's not powerful enough to do that.
Okay, Chow, you
yeah?
can respond, Chow.
Okay, so they want to move back away from national sovereignty. And I will argue that that has always just been the case. Even for the United States. Sovereignty is like a very fickle thing. How you protect sovereignty is very dependent on how powerful you are or who partners you have. Sovereignty isn't protected because of the sake of sovereignty.
Okay, yeah.
And so, how America, for example, has like, you say that, oh, it's Russia and China that wants to return back to like spheres of influence, violating national sovereignty. Well, that has just always been the case. The United
Russia
States
and
has
China
also,
have always wanted to do that? That's always
as
been the
well
case.
as well as the United States.
Yeah, he's just saying basically all
This
countries.
is all I'm saying is that this is just the nature of great power politics. This is just the nature of the international system. But the reason why I believe you think that, oh, you want to paint Russia and China as like, oh, they want to move back to this. They want to be like they want to invade other countries and violate their rights, is because you see them as the bad guys, but you see us as the good guys. And I think you're applying a double standard.
Squad W, Elysium, go
Squad
ahead.
W it. I'm not seeing this as terms of good or bad guys. I mean, I guess that's what we want to simplify. Like, if we want to say liberal democracies are good guys, sure. But I don't think America is dictating to its spheres of influence in the same way that a Russian sphere of influence or a China's sphere of influence is going to be, right? I don't think these are
We
comparable.
basically tell them, hey, you can't make any military alliances with other great powers.
Who do we tell that to?
The entire half of the Western Hemisphere. Monroe Doctrine.
Do you think the Monroe Doctrine has been enforced by America after the Cold War?
Yes.
Can you explain?
It's been cited multiple times after the Cold War.
Okay, so when Brazil is trading with Russia and stuff, why do you think America?
That's trading. not
Militarily
military.
equipment.
Military equipment has nothing to do with military alliances and like putting Russian bases in the country.
If Brazil looked to have Russian bases, do you think America would prevent it?
Yes.
How?
How?
I mean, to what degree do you think America would be invested in this?
As far as it needs to.
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Yeah. Cuban
Of
Missile
course.
Crisis.
You think that's the Cuban Missile Crisis?
No, worse.
It's not like the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm giving you a fucking example of when the United States has got to intervene in another country's affair because of military alliances that went against our interests within our vicinity.
But that was
And that's even closer because it's technically land. It's already on land. So in some ways, that's even worse. It doesn't matter that it's a small piece of land going through Mexico, but still, Brazil is close by in that situation. That example might not be the best one.
Yeah, going through all of Central America is pretty hard. But I don't think the context here is comparable at all. Post the collapse of the Warsaw Pact and the fall of the USSR, I don't think our investment in preventing other countries from being militarily allied with Russia is nearly the same. I don't think.
No, and the reason why is because Russia was weak and we were like eating up on the liberal illusion of like, oh,
Brazil and China,
a superpower. But
if
still,
Brazil and China made a military pact, I don't think it would incur a Cuban Missile Crisis like response from America.
It would be worse.
I'm just going to agree with Gerhardt in that the United States is going to do whatever it thinks it needs to in order to prevent that. I don't know what exactly they would do, but if I were a foreign policy decision maker in Washington D.C. and if that were to happen, I will pull however strings I need in order to secure our security interests.
Okay, let's go to name.
Yeah, I think I side with Chow on this one for the most part.
Good one.
Let me
Nate.
ask Elysium a different question, at least related to this. Elysium, do you believe that Russia is a superpower with its 140 million people?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. Other people do because it has nukes, okay? And I don't think that's a legitimate reason because that's like saying Iran is a superpower because it has nukes. And that's 80 million people.
I wouldn't characterize that. I like when Obama characterized when he was asked about Russia and he said like the line of like, I don't think about Russia very much. They don't innovate and do anything anymore. I think that's a good characterization. But I think like pretending that because Russia economically isn't strong, that their nuclear arsenal and their geopolitical influence isn't like important. I wouldn't call them a superpower though, because I think right now we're very much in the frame set of China and America being maybe even Germany.
So my point is that they're weaker than even America thinks they are. Like, unfortunately, America has romanticized how powerful and how much of a military enemy Russia is through its own accidental propaganda through movies and everything, because so many Americans think that Russia is stronger than it really is. You'd be amazed if you're not one of them. Good job on you. But so many Americans, for some reason, believe that Russia is more powerful than it really is. It is not a powerful country. Like they said, it doesn't innovate. It doesn't steal technology properly either, like China does. So it doesn't even re-innovate good technology. It is a failure in so many ways because of the oligarchy and all the issues there. That is why I don't think it's the same concern. And I also think that
them falling from being a superpower doesn't mean they're just tiny and irrelevant.
They're a big landmass that's basically Canada, just with a little bit more people. Like, that's all it is. Like, they do have military might, but their military might's not even as good as people think it is either.
Well, that turned out to be true, but you can't know that beforehand.
Okay, I want to.
I did because it just makes logical sense with finances. Like
Sorry, I want to go to name. Is Russia a small regional power?
No, it's not. And this, I understand that I understand you pushing back against this idea of it being like perhaps exaggerated in power from a certain perspective. At least that's not the perspective I get from media here, but maybe that's what happens in the US. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, when if a country has, like, even ignoring economic power, ignoring the vast wealth of resources that Russia still has and that it uses to exert influence across the world, it also is a country with mutually assured destruction capabilities. It's not just that it has nukes; it has nukes that it can put on ICBMs and it can drop on the rest of the world wherever it wants to. And there is nothing any country in the world can do to stop those nukes. That puts it, I don't know if maybe you don't want to call it a superpower, but that puts it in a very unique class of countries that very few countries are privy to.
Okay,
nuclear power.
That was directed to you, so go ahead.
Yeah, so nuclear, that would be in the sense of like the nuclear category, right? So the problem with that is, regardless of it, I don't care about that part with Russia. Right? So the reason why I don't care about that part with Russia is because if you allow it to have the excuse, you're going to allow it to have the excuse going forward. So I don't care in that sense of whether it has that nuclear capability, which puts it into that unique power in that unique sphere. Because as a Russian myself, I don't think like it's appropriate to threaten with such technology in the first place. Because if you make a threat, you have to go through with it generally. As a Russian, that's how I've been raised. I also have been raised, you don't make threats. You just do it. So there's still some political game going on there. And I don't think
Russia's a great power?
Of course not. I don't.
Okay.
I think it's a medium power.
Okay.
I think it's greater than, for example, like Germany, Iran. It's definitely lesser than China, America, the European Union. It's probably not even on the level.
Fourth or fifth place of most important in the world is not a great power.
There's a huge gap, I would say, between like third and second.
Yeah, sure. Also that. And I also don't think they're fourth and fifth place. I think they're even lower on the list, because you have to remember that they've wasted so much of their resources into military.
But they're involved. Like, okay, Russia has been involved in Syria, been involved in Libya, been involved in its Soviet satellites.
To stay relevant.
Yeah, so it is relevant still. Like, I understand.
No, to stay relevant rather than it is relevant, right? So they're trying to stay relevant, trying to stay as some kind of influence in essence, right? But whether they're trying to and they can afford it for such a long time is unrealistic as well for them. It's causing their financial stresses, and then they're creating even more financial stresses on their people. That's why I say it's not even a major power. I don't even think they're fourth and fifth. I think they keep damaging themselves and bringing them lower and lower on that
anymore. Agreed. Yep. And I think after this war in Ukraine, they've definitely pushed themselves off of the group, and now they are just clinging on to oil and nukes.
Yeah, which is, by the way, like really weird that they go to war and instead of like proving them that they are like a superpower, they prove themselves to be like incompetent in war.
Oh.
Like,
Well,
which
it's
is,
not.
like
No, no,
really
don't, no,
weird.
don't misunderstand what I'm saying. They are not incompetent in war.
No,
Okay,
no,
they are
I
not making
agree.
the propaganda on how they're losing the war is not accurate. Okay, it is
Yeah,
not. Russia
they
has been going easy on Ukraine still this whole time.
yeah,
This
I
is
agree
regular
there.
urban warfare. This is
I agree
normal.
there, but it's like you still have like these things that they you can see
Supply
that
chain issues.
the supply chain
Yeah, but
issues, all these.
but
Chill out.
supply chain issues
That's
happen all
just
the
like a
time.
nature. That's just typical.
Yes.
But
It's normal.
well, not in the
People
sense
shouldn't
that
be making a
Russia.
big deal out of it.
No, I
So-
think it's definitely overblown. But that being said, like it's like it does show that Russia is not that power that it used to be, and that kind of stuff. But let's go to name.
Yeah, when it comes to supply chains, I read an interesting article yesterday that talked about the specificities of Russian logistics. They actually have a very interesting dependence on railways that no other armies have. That make their logistics actually really strong when it comes to within their own country. But whenever it comes to projecting force outside of the country, like into Ukraine, especially when there is it makes it very easy to sabotage the rail lines. It makes it anywhere further in Europe, the rail gauges change and their whole logistics gets stopped. They don't have enough trucks, basically. They do have trucks, but they don't have enough trucks to project force as far as, say, like the U.S. Army would during the same kind of invasion. That being said, the U.S. Army would also make like logistical pauses during this kind of invasions. Like Ukraine is a big country. This is not like you're saying. This is not nothing unusual. I do want to return back to like I don't know what gives you the confidence to say that you don't care about the nuclear standoff though. Like that is sadly. I would like to think that the Kremlin is smart enough to understand that no one wins in that kind of situation, but still they're brandishing it. And as long as nuclear power is brandishing that threat, I do think it has to be taken seriously. I don't understand what there is to win in calling the bluff.
The problem is it's against its own culture. So the current culture in Russia, for the most part, is you don't brandish, you do. So that's even going against what Putin has been stating and doing in essence. It doesn't make sense that he makes the threat.
But that's
right?
not how.
And
Sorry.
obviously, you would rather have a threat than dropping a nuke. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that in essence, it is a stupid threat to make, regardless of the situation. I don't think that the threat matters. I think that if Putin tries to drop a nuke, he will be killed by his own people at that point. Like, it's because there's very few people, unless he has farmers around him as generals that don't understand that dropping a nuke somewhere, just nuke him, like type of person. I don't imagine there's going to be very many people in this world who don't understand that a nuke has global issues. And especially with the size of these nukes this day and age. These are not the same nukes as Hiroshima or those types of scenarios. These are huge ass nukes.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, so I want to take okay.
Yeah,
Thank
it was addressed to name. So
Yeah, I know. So as far as the one thing I want to respond, I understand the philosophy of like acting instead of threatening, but that's just not the nature of the nuclear standoff. The nuclear standoff works through threats. Once you've acted, it's too late. It's already the end of the world, or at least the end of the two countries.
But making the threat is also making it already the end of the world. Is my point.
Well, it's getting you closer there, but what I mean is that you cannot exert nuclear power other than making a threat. That is the only medium you have to exert power until you just go for annihilation.
I understand that. That's why it's stupid at the same time.
But that's why I don't really buy the argument of the like he wouldn't be making threats, he would act, because you don't just act with nukes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
sorry,
it's very against the culture. It's against the culture to make the threat and without acting. Obviously, we would not want him to act, right? So it's one of those things where you see like you've been taught a certain way, like your parents say, "Do as I tell you, but not as I do," that type of thing. That's what it feels like to other Russians whenever they hear this. They're like, "You're gonna threaten nukes? I don't know. I don't like that. Like that's how Russians are going to see it as well. Like it's
Alright.
it's a silly threat that does not even need to be made. It's one that should already exist on the table without having to make it.
So I'll just say one last thing, and then maybe pass it on to Chow. The thing that worries me though, I'm sure you've all seen that propaganda bit from like a Russian news channel where the guy is saying that if there's going to be a future without Russia, there might as well not be a future. If that is the line that's being fed to the Russian people, that they're under an existential threat, then I would actually be afraid that a lot of Russian people might suddenly see the nuke as a reasonable response.
I'm gonna give it to Chow. So Chow, go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to arguments of culture, gonna compare it back to what we talked about before. I put it in the same tier of BS as arguments of ideology. I don't think it's like the smartest way to make foreign policy decisions. Nor do I think that's what Russia is doing. I don't think Putin or the Russian decision making is like considering their culture or like their upbringing or like what kind of a philosophy they hold in making their decisions. And one example that kind of shows that is, well, they've been posturing and threatening Ukraine with amassing their military along its borders for like a couple of months now, leading up to the invasion. And during those months before the invasion, they've been trying to get their demands of, hey, stop with whatever you're doing with the West in terms of NATO, the EU, Crimea, and the Donbass, right? Now they couldn't get those things with their threats. Ukraine was unfazed. The West was also unfazed. So then, to me, kind of how I explained it is that they first wanted to threaten with the military buildup, and in the case that they couldn't get it through their threats, they were actually going to take it within themselves. I believe that Russia didn't actually want to go in with the invasion. That was not their ideal position. If they could have gotten what they wanted without an invasion, without a war, they would have taken that easy, but they couldn't. They couldn't because the West didn't capitulate. And so then that's the response to like the culture kind of a thing. I don't think that's what's going on with Russia. Another thing that I want to respond to is, or at least like give more context, is why mutually assured destruction is like of a concern when it comes to Russia still being a nuclear power. I agree is that like when nuclear powers are going to be at war with each other, at first they're not going to use nukes. However, that thinking might change when one side starts to lose. And what tends to happen with like all-out full-scale wars between two countries is that whoever is the winner gets to fully decapitate the other regime. So in the case that Russia were to lose or start losing in a conventional war against the United States or NATO or the West, then what's most likely going to happen if that loss is fulfilled is Putin's gonna die, he's gonna get Gaddafi'd, or he's gonna lose power. And at that point, the theory is that it is now the best time for Russia to use nukes. And so then that's why still, despite like you thinking that Russia is no longer a superpower, in which I see where you're coming from, there's still significance in them having nukes and being a nuclear power because of this theory.
Okay, I just thought it was like really funny. Get Gaddafi. Sorry. Yeah, Gerhard, that was directed at you, so you can respond and then go to give it to Elysium. I thought, by the way, I thought that was like really interesting because early on you made the argument that it's not about ideology, and what Chow brings up like culture and ideology. It sounds like I had the same thought, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, he said he's against the culture thing, so an ideology in essence I guess
it's the same thing. He puts
in
that
essence, yeah. So he's not technically backpedaling or anything.
No.
Okay. So the posturing with Russia and Ukraine, I think that it was eventually going to happen due to how things have already played out, right? Up to now, up to before, I think that part wasn't going to change regardless. I do think that Russia was going to try to take over Ukraine for more than one reason. Whether it's whether you're going to believe it's cultural or not, I mean, about 1/5 the population is Russian, so 1 out of 5 people there is already literally Russian, and then Ukrainians aren't seen that far from Russians already as is. So that's the cultural aspect of it. The other cultural aspect of it is, you know, Russia threatening nukes, and even in Russian people's eyes, you're threatening nukes when you're going to war with our brothers and sisters. Like you're not even treating this like a civil war. You're basically calling them to some extent enemies, right? So it's really difficult to manipulate the Russian people in that sense. So when it comes to the nuclear power thing, my point is that there's no point in making the threat of the nuclear weapons because you already have them. That is what I'm saying. So it does not make sense to make the threat that we're going to take, nuclear action. You don't have to invade Russia or something. You don't have to try to make them lose a quote unquote war, in essence. They can lose the war regardless, right? If they lose the war and you push them out of Ukraine, you don't have to push in. Now, that's going to give them no reason to use nukes at that point. Is it going to be to save face to use nukes at that point? There's not going to be any mutual destruction at that point either. There's just going to be losses. So that's what the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, before we give it to Elysium, we just hit the 2 hour mark, and I just want to say, please consider following everybody that's on this panel. So that's me, Chinchilla, with 2 underscores. That's Geert Hart. That's Elysium, Jay Chow, and Name Menon. Please follow those people, lovely people. Elysium, you can respond to this, and then I think since you introduced this topic overall, I think maybe you can bring up a new aspect, because we are kind of going into the looping. So yeah, go ahead, Elysium.
Yeah. It's rough to say when Russia would ever use nukes or not. I'd be against any possibility of that, even if you engage just to restore the territory of Ukraine or something. You have no guarantee that that's not going to open up new fronts, or I don't know. That seems very risky, especially when nukes on the table, and which is why I probably much more agree with Neyman, and that though Russia is not considered a superpower anymore, and it's completely fallen from the USSR's status in the world. Even I mean, I'm just much more amicable to just the argument of having developed nukes being an important factor, but also that Russia seems to still play a large geopolitical role in the world, still makes them relevant to me. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, so moving on, I guess very, very related to what we're talking about. Since we have so much from a very US view right now, there's a lot of public support for being directly involved in a conflict like this, regardless of mutually assured destruction. Many people are advocating for a no-fly zone, or that we could be involved in a limited defensive measure directly in Ukraine, even that would pit 2 nuclear powers together. There seems to be a lot of public support for direct involvement in a conflict like this. That seems very worrying to me, but I think that sets the precedent that no politician or military leader is going to want to have a nuclear conflict. So if populaces want to have direct involvement in stuff, it has to be done preemptively. Does that make sense, that concept? Do you think that concept is going to drive the idea of reestablishing and expanding defensive pacts?
I don't think it would matter, right?
I think is that a general question for everybody? Do you want everybody to answer that? Okay, so in that case, Geert Hart, you can go first.
Yeah, so I don't know if that would matter on the defensive pact side. Also, I think if the people are going to want to war, even they need to understand that there is that possibility of mutual destruction. Like, for example, even though I'm more on the pro-war side, I understand that there is a chance of the mutual destruction. Though I believe that it's
Okay.
very low. I believe that Jay Chow is correct as well, that when a nation is losing, it becomes more unpredictable on what the leadership might do, especially depending on how that war would proceed. For example, it's very hard to go to war with a country against its government versus its people. How do you defer the two? You know, like how do you make the difference really? How would you do that, right? That's becomes the difficulty because even in the case of Ukraine, you're having Russians shot and killed in Ukraine by Russians, even though that they're not, some of them aren't even against it, right? There's very few of them, but those people are also being killed by Russia, even though some of them were pro-Russia in Ukraine. So
Okay.
you're
There's a
No,
layer
no,
of like,
no, no, you can't
Why?
because you asked a question so people can answer it. So, Jay Chow
yeah,
next.
maybe I wanted to
almost.
clarify the question, Chow or
Oh,
Chinchilla.
please.
Yeah, I
Okay,
would
Go
actually
ahead, go
appreciate
for
if
it.
you clarify the
Everyone go.
question.
okay. In that case, you can clarify the question. It wasn't clear. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Elise.
So like you were saying, if I was to contextualize people's popular support for armed conflict with a nuclear state and I was a leader of a state, I would, agree, or I would see people who are willing to risk nuclear war in their desire to defend Ukraine. I'd go, fuck, that's crazy. We can't do that. So I would contextualize that as to be able to support countries, we need to act preemptively and have the defensive alliance in place before a nuclear conflict is at risk.
What's
Okay.
the question?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Yeah, can
Yeah,
you clarify?
you're yeah.
The
Clarify the
question then
question.
being that popular support translating into governments wanting to have defensive pacts or proactively seeking
That sounds like a
expanding
statement, not a question,
alliances.
though.
Where's
Yeah,
the
okay, but
question
do you
mark?
think popular support for intervening in Ukraine is going to drive expanding NATO and forming other defensive pacts? Yeah,
Oh, maybe. I don't think it matters though on that part of it. I cared more of the aspect of the convincing the people being convinced that it shouldn't matter to go to war with them. I cared more about that part, but maybe on that part, but I don't think it matters enough because it clearly
so you
showed
would
what
rather
happened.
just tackle a society dealing with the risk of nuclear war before it makes a decision?
No, no, I'm not saying I would rather tackle that. I'm saying that it should be
Or
shown that what's going on is because the lack of desire to tackle it.
Okay, let's go to chat.
So I don't think popular support from the United States is going to lead us to, say, like establish a no-fly zone or intervene against Russia in Ukraine. Boots on the ground is what I mean.
Mhm.
I hate that term.
Now, popular support for like places like Ukraine or Finland and Sweden who wants to join Ukraine or join NATO is probably going to be significant for them. However, the fact that they're not in NATO makes it a really tricky situation, given that if they were to try to pursue that, then they're going to get into trouble with Russia, and that's kind of what we're seeing in Ukraine. However, I saw from Sweden, the prime minister there stated that, yeah, the opposition party saying that we should join NATO, you're wrong, and here's why. It's because they believe that, hey, us not being a part of NATO puts us in a nice position of neutrality. Not necessarily neutrality. Okay, Joe's probably going to say something about the blah, 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 blah. I get it. Okay, I've heard it 1,000 times now. But also making it that their foreign policy is predictable, stable, so that it doesn't like piss off Russia, and so then things are like the way that they are. And I agree with you in that if we wanted to protect a country from like from what Russia is doing to Ukraine, we definitely have to do it beforehand. So my thinking is that the Baltic states, Poland, and other countries that are close to Russia are protected from Russia because they are a part of NATO. They have a Article 5 guarantee. If Russia were to aggress, that means nuclear war. And because of mutually assured destruction, and because of that, we're very open and transparent about this. Okay, we are very willing to die for these countries, so don't mess with us. Sends a very clear signal to Russia not to mess with them. Ukraine, however, is a different situation because they're not a part of NATO. They're trying to become a part of NATO, but that's going to take time. And before that time could even elapse, Russia is going to do what it's going to do. And so then that's what's happening here. And so then this is kind of a sign, hey, if you're part of NATO, you're going to be fine. But I'll say, if you're not a part of NATO, well, you're not guaranteed of protection. So play your cards well.
Yeah, so I just want to say, like, I think I agree with you in the sense that, like, when I look to like Finland and Sweden, they are technically like already like a defense pact. So joining NATO would be redundant and could only serve to piss off like Russia, right? That's basically what we're doing. But let's go to name.
Yeah, I'm to answer. I was gonna cite Sweden and Finland too. Obviously, Russia's idea of the Kremlin's idea of an expanding NATO surrounding them is now a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now that they've shown themselves to be an aggressive, bad faith actor, their neighbors like Sweden and Finland, who typically were like, "Hey, we got our little European defensive pacts. We don't need like U.S. bases or U.S. influence." Now they're... Oh crap, is my... Oh no. My Discord crashed. My Discord crashed. In the middle of my sentence. Oh no. Oh, oops. That sucks. I don't know, okay. Your Discord crashed because you're a noob. Because I couldn't defeat the tree sentinel. Fuck. In the middle of my sentence, too. I could have, like, at least finished my fucking point, and then, man. Okay, I'm gonna... I don't know. I don't know what to... I'm gonna restart Discord. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? You were treated? That's a bad one. Wait, let me just quit Discord and relaunch it. The Russian hackers don't agree with your statements. Yeah, this is the famous Russian hacker retaliation. God damn it. So how are you guys doing, huh? Are you enjoying the panel? Is it interesting? Fuck. You know what? I'll just open up a Chinchilla tab. Rip.
Infrastructure in these areas that we didn't plan on, because like Finland's a huge area, and so is Sweden for their population amounts. Like they don't have a huge density of population.
What the fuck is going on with Discord?
You'd be asking quite a bit of them. Even if they got support, it's not unreasonable.
But I think that they already like spent like more money than like an average NATO country does on their military budget, and they do that because they are neutral. They
yes, but that's their own.
But they gotta defend themselves, right? That's the thing. So they.
But Russia's. It would be hard for Russia to have an interest of invading Finland.
They did it in the past. They did it in the past.
No. Finland declared war on Russia. Okay, Finland declared war on Russia to try and took some land, and then they had to give it back. That's happened.
What was that?
Yeah, but
so
either way, they are not like necessarily on like friendly terms. So
no, they're not, because that happens,
fact-checking
right?
that.
Yeah.
So there's reasons why it's not on friendly terms, but at the same time, the point is the land in Finland.
The United
What's
States,
going on with my internet?
In history has invaded Canada.
I can stream.
Yeah.
I can stream, but I can't Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that give them a reason to
The
be
fuck
like,
is
hey, we
Hey,
need to align maybe
the fuck
with,
is going
say,
on?
like China or Russia in order to balance against the United States because we have a history of conflict?
Well, it's like Finland is like obviously like aligned with the West. It's aligned within.
What if this is actually
in the EU,
like a hacker thing going
Yeah,
on?
Mexico is
Is it like
aligned
a
with the
defense-
West, but America
defense-
Yeah,
that
but they're not.
and
But
so-
here's the thing. Chinchilla. They don't have a megaphone like Zelensky and be like, "Let me join NATO. NATO, I will suck your dick." Okay, they're not doing that, and that's
Jesus,
what
okay.
that's what made Ukraine get in trouble. Okay, Russia
Does
doesn't care about the
DuckDuckGo
Lisbon
work?
Pact. They care about NATO.
Yeah,
Let's
but
be fair here.
To be fair,
They also
were
don't care
to-
about Finland, so it's
True. Okay, I see very little reason as to why Russia
Jesus
would
Christ.
want to invade Finland. For what?
Yahoo.com?
Because they want more land? They already
I
got
need-
more
I just
land.
need a
They're the
search
biggest country
engine.
in the world.
What the heck?
they have shitty land. No,
Finland
they would
offer?
get
What's the-
shit land. They would get bad, horrible, crappy land that they don't want.
It's just more snow and mountains.
Don't you think that Finland would have like
IP config / renew. Yeah, it feels like there's
No,
some weird
okay,
DNS
first of all,
bullshit going
here's
on.
the sad truth, Chinchilla. The truth is, Finland has more reasons why it would want to invade Russia than Russia invading Finland.
Oh.
I do.
Wait, what's
Whether you
that?
like it or not, unfortunately, Russia has some better land than Finland does also. So it would make more
Fuck,
sense
what's
for
the-
Finland
what's
to be
the-
aggressors towards
how do I
it.
fix
It
my
does
internet?
Not make sense the other way around because Finland has like nothing that Russia wants. The only thing that it would want is some kind of economic trade with them, and that's about it. And they aren't going to destroy that economic trade for no reason, regardless of the sanctions. And again, I have to go back to this. There have been thousands of sanctions on Russia for the last 30+ years. Like that hasn't changed. There's still
The
sanctions.
severity of them. Okay, I guess I don't think we have to argue about who's going to invade who of Russia, Finland. We don't think either is really going to happen. I think it'd be more interesting to talk about like Georgia. If Georgia is going to join NATO, how do you guys feel about that?
Sure.
They're gonna get wrecked. Like Ukraine. They already got wrecked, 2008. If they haven't gotten the message yet, then God damn it, I don't want to be. I'm not gonna say it.
And are they actually going to join, or did they submit their paperwork? Another thing that pisses me off is the BS political nonsense, okay? The truth is that they can fast track NATO application services easily if they choose to, but they're doing it for political reasons slowly because they want to see the situation play out. Also, they're using
ipconfig
Ukraine's
release,
resources
ipconfig renew.
to weaken
Okay,
Russia
let's
as
try
well,
it.
in essence right now, because they don't
And
have
just
to utilize all their own manpower. Like there's reasons
Release the
why they're
IP
not
for
letting
address for the specified
Ukraine join
adapter.
NATO, and the
Renew.
reasons are
Okay,
kind of
yeah, that seems
fucked.
not that I don't
Okay,
trust
well, I
you.
think
That
those
seems
reasons
reasonable, but
are
you know,
good enough reasons.
I know
don't
better
think
than
it's
typing in
really
commands
good
without
for
knowing
NATO
what
to
they do.
fast-track applications for Georgia and Ukraine just
It's
because of the special
slash
circumstance. I
release.
think in order to
Why
legitimize
not
the
because of the
organi-
special?
Fuck, is that gonna interrupt the stream? Okay, don't stay around. Okay, I'm fixing this. I'm relaunching the stream if it interrupts it.
What is going to be predictive? Then I think that is better.
Stay around, okay?
For for international relations.
Okay, we're back. We made it.
Completely removes any sort of predictability and any sort of like cooperation that we could actually have. It completely removes the purposes of having international relations, having international organizations in the first place.
Yep.
Of there being rules and there being structures and that being influential onto the international system. So yes, breaking rules and fast tracking their applications is really bad in my opinion, and it's based on this stupid mentality of let's fuck Russia as much as possible because like people like to think of international politics as a risk game.
Okay,
So why-
yeah, we're not playing Hearts of Iron 4 here, but
No,
let's,
no. That's not the point. The
let's-
point is like fast tracking is
Wait,
not
am I
even
still
fast
muted?
tracking. It's still slow
Oh, wait,
tracking,
let me test.
even in the case of NATO. So, for example,
Fuck,
even
I'm still
Ukraine
muted. Okay.
got it estimated that it would take them until 2036 to 2041 to join NATO. Even Ukraine thought that. So them joining Ukraine and then Russia attacking Ukraine 20 years earlier or whatever,
yeah.
I think it's irrelevant in that sense. That's why I'm saying, like,